Bonjour, Anine. Bonjour, Anine, everyone. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Anishinaabe Nation Grand Council Assembly 2026. Ensa Beshgon Anishinaabe. We are always connected through our way of life. We are one people, one nation. Just a little recap of our day yesterday. As with all assemblies, we did start with ceremony. We did have the sunrise ceremony. We had the grand entry and it had some opening remarks from our head gets it yesterday. So that's how we started our day. As is custom, we heard from the leadership on their thoughts and their... I didn't fall down. Just checking, okay. We heard from the leadership. We got their thoughts on the current realities and their expectations for the Assembly. Then the Assembly got to work. Between the presentations by Minister Alty and the discussions with the Coroner's Office, the Assembly passed 18 resolutions. So congratulations on 18 resolutions being passed yesterday. And I would like to thank Lori Ann's team over here who are learning. Gee whiz. Someone's out in the hallway falling down with a microphone tied to them. That's an earthquake. Yeah, that's them trying to get back up, exactly. And stumbling back down. Yeah. Someone's got the microphone close to their knees, is that's what's happening. So congratulations on your day yesterday. We did work you very hard, so thank you very much for your patience and actually dedicating dedicating your time to getting through that work. Today, I just want to remind all the chiefs to register in the morning and the afternoon. We do want to make sure that we maintain quorum as we go through the resolutions. Today, we'll have a conversation. We'll start our day with some conversation on nuclear power, I believe. So I think Gimakwe Kelly LaRocca will give us a little presentation on nuclear energy, and then we'll jump right into the resolutions. We're hoping to get about 10 resolutions today, and then we'll break and we'll come into a conversation, and this is where we're coming to you to have that chief's discussion. At that time, we're also spending some time to make sure that we're doing some planning, because we do have the Minister Rickard joining us at 11 a.m. So we do want to make sure that we have some time to do some strategizing around that. We're also getting some clarification on how to arrange one-on-one meetings with the Minister Rickard. So we'll update you on that process as we get notice on how that's going to work. We'll then hear from, I believe, Chief King from Gull Bay. I'd be right before lunchtime, and then we'll go into an in-camera session, at which time we have some topics we would like to speak with the chiefs in camera, and we'll do a little bit of a strategy session before we have a visit from the representative from the Assembly of First Nations. And at that time, we'll be having some conversations around the First Minister's meeting. So while the AFN's here, it's our opportunity to speak a little bit about the aspirations of the Anishinaabe Nation with regards to the upcoming First Minister's meeting and the role of the AFN there. We'll have a little conversation as well as on water legislation, and then we'll close our day. Busy day today. Any questions, fears, concerns? Seeing none, we'll jump into our first agenda item. I'm just looking see if Chief LaRocca is ready to go. Please help me welcome Gimakwe LaRocca.
That helped. I just want to make sure, is the presentation queued up? Oh, there we go. Anin Bojo na Jawema Kwakwa Indishnikas, Wabsashi Dodam, Chichak Dodam, Skugog Minising Donjaba. I want to say good morning, Manogajeb. Welcome to everyone, of course, this morning, and thank you for having me present today. I just want to say I have made this presentation previously to the Southeast region, but was asked to share with all the chiefs in assembly, and I'm really, really proud and happy to do so. So if you need to get up and stretch your legs, you can, but just keep drinking that coffee and we'll keep you nice and motivated. So this presentation is titled, "What is Happening from Pickering to Wesleyville, and Why MSIFN, or the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nation, and neighboring Michi-Saagiig First Nations need a coordinated strategy." I should have changed that title. Number one, it's really long. Number two, it should speak to the Anishinaabeg Nation writ large, or it could. So that is how I'm going to open it up. But I wanted to just share with you what's going on in Williams Treaty's territories, particularly in the southeast region, and we'll go on from there. Next slide. So everybody please take a look at this map. It is, they say a map speaks, a line on a map says 1,000 words. It's true. I'm sorry if you can't see it too well, but if we could even blow up the map just for a moment, that would be great. You know, what's happening from Pickering to Wesleyville? This is a general overview of nuclear and the broader electricity build-out that is happening between the area of Pickering all the way to Wesleyville. So Wesleyville is in and around Port Hope. Alderville First Nation is nearby there, of course. The key point is that this map speaks not only to nuclear reactors. It is about a fast-growing corridor of nuclear generation, transmission stations, substations, and related approvals that sits in the immediate vicinity of MSIFN and our neighboring Michi-Saagiig First Nations who are part of the Williams Treaties. So just to highlight, the confirmed spending that is happening in this area is $62.1 billion. And the potential next wave, we call it, is $150 to $200 billion. And when we reference that, we're referencing Wesleyville at Port Hope, or otherwise known as New Nuclear. So that $62.1 billion is confirmed electricity capital spending in that gunshot treaty area, the pre-Confederation treaty that is now recognized and affirmed through our final settlement agreement of the Williams Treaties, and $57.5 billion in OPG nuclear work, plus $4.6 billion in transmission and substation projects. That is huge. That is the initial spend through OPG just in that tiny corridor. And you can see that anchor map is basically showing all those transmission lines, and it really paints a picture. Now I'm just gonna digress from the slides for a minute and say, we have at Scugog really been trying to beef up our consultation and accommodations department because we are inundated, as you all are, with consultation notices, but being next to Toronto, we get a lot. And I thought, we don't know, like receiving them in piecemeal fashion doesn't give us a full picture of what actually is being planned by the Ontario government and the government of Canada. So we thought, okay, let's get some GIS capacity and let's build out our consultation department. So we did that. And how did we do it? We created a wholly owned subsidiary. Chief and council are the board, and community basically makes all the decisions as to how we engage on consultation and accommodation. But we've created and built out a team under this sub, and we've called it Minogi for Grow Well. And it's an energy development corp because we knew OPG was going, and other related companies, were going to be responding to what we're calling the energy crisis in Ontario. And that energy crisis in Ontario has been created by Doug Ford, and they are barreling ahead with or without us. And they don't care, quite frankly, from what I can tell. Perhaps that's a bit harsh, but I don't think they care about how this is going to impact our people. They want to barrel ahead anyway. So, as usual, it's our job as chiefs and councils to be a little bit elbows out in a kind, productive way and make space for First Nations voices and interests. You know, MSIFN is not at the edge of these projects. It sits within that regional cluster where cumulative impacts, Indigenous rights, accommodations, and economic opportunities will all overlap. And so that's how we viewed setting up Minogi, our subcorp, because we thought we need a place where we can get accommodations agreements, meaningful accommodations, environmental mitigations and assessments, but also capacity funding, which will help pay for the work of Minogi and then some. And then, of course, will inform and educate us and build capacity so that we can entertain the question of ECDEV projects as well. Next slide. So what makes up that, confirmed 62.1 billion, that first tranche? So that first map, of course, is the anchor, and it serves from Pickering, then east through Darlington, and then on to Wesleyville and Port Hope, as you saw in the previous slide. But, the confirmed figure excludes that very large new nuclear proposal for Wesleyville, Port Hope. So again, if we could go back to the previous slide. That 150 billion to 200 billion, that represents Port Hope at Wesleyville. So that 62.1 billion doesn't even include it. We'll go to the second slide. So, breaking down that number in plain language, basically the Pickering refurbishment and decommissioning is about $35 billion. Darlington Unit 4 remaining refurbishment is 1.5 billion. Darlington SMRs are 21 billion. Transmission and all stations add another 4.6 billion. And that is why nations need to look at the whole corridor and not just a single file at one time. So that total is 62.1 billion. And of course, if you break that $62.1 billion figure down, none of that meets Mark Carney's major projects list, but together it does. And so we're choosing to look at it as a whole picture. It is one massive, full project. It's like whenever you receive a consult notice saying, oh, we're gonna widen a bridge, then you gotta start looking, well, why? Why are they widening it? Where does it lead to? What are they building at the end of that bridge? And so that's what we're trying to do through our GIS capacity at Minogi. Next slide. Actually, sorry, can we go back again? I'm annoying to the slide people. Thank you very much. I just want to make sure I hit all of that. So I mentioned the top numbers of how it breaks down. Hydro 1 lines through Durham-Kawartha Power Line is at about 600 million, and Bowmanville Transmission Line is at 1.5 billion. And as noted, they're including a First Nations 50% equity model. In the urban system build out, there's going to be the Toronto Third Line. Underwater line is shown at 1.5 billion, reflecting that the corridor serves the broader GTA load, not just local generation lines. And we know that. And of course, substations at Bowmanville, Clarington, Cherrywood, Scarborough add another about 1 billion to the project load, and are based on separate accommodation review. Next slide. So Wesleyville, new nuclear, could change the scale entirely, as I mentioned. The map identifies a Port Hope Wesleyville project at 10,000 megawatts and estimates capital of about $150 to $200 billion. And if that moves ahead, this region will become one of the largest investment zones in the world. The strategic point is that nations need to organize early before project scope and approval pathways become much, much harder to influence. And that's our best shot, is influencing all of this. We will always hold firm to FPIC and preach that from on high, and we will never give up on that concept, but they aren't respecting and following it. In the sense that we don't have veto power at this point. And I hate that harsh reality, but it is one. And I thought to myself, well, how else can we influence this agenda then? Because we have to keep making space. And so this is how I'm seeing it. and our council as well. Let me just see this slide, make sure. So that, yeah, I'm gonna focus on these 4 boxes. I don't know if people can see the map very well, or the slide very well. But, you know, a project of this size can basically eclipse other projects before it. It can shape shoreline development, it can shape labor markets, of course, and contracting and procurement patterns and regulatory agendas for decades and decades. Nuclear generation, the marine works, the transmission lines, the roads and waste planning will all interact with harvesting and land use. So it has cumulative effects, and we keep preaching that to OPG and other related parties. However, regional coordination, in my view, will give First Nations more leverage than just simply accommodations, design, and mitigation changes. And it'll provide and pave the way for equity opportunity. Why might we want equity opportunity in something that we see as antithetical to land preservation? Because they're going to go forward with or without us, and they're going to continue to make money on the backs of our people and our treaty territories like they have for over the past 50 years, operating in our backyard, and all that related economy that swirls around it. So it's time to, make space, elbows out, because we can't allow that to happen again. I go to these meetings and I say to the major projects office or government officials, we can't have another CN Rail. They're like, we're talking about nuclear. We're not talking about CN Rail. No, CN Rail took our land and they continue to profit off of our land to this day, right through all of our territories and our traditional and treaty lands. And it's crazy, and enough's enough, and we're not going to take it anymore. Next slide. So again, back to that map, it's a regional project web, not just reactors. So the regional map shows the transmission lines, as I mentioned, and that the nuclear stations are all part of that same development storyline. Different proponents and regulators may separate these projects on paper, but nations experience them as cumulative effects on land, water, access, harvesting, and community well-being in general. Add that in the middle of all this energy project work, the Alto high-speed rail all of a sudden appears. They propose a major corridor cutting across the treaty area, and Alderville, Curve Lake, Hiawatha, and MSIFN immediately applied our collective approach to try and address that. I just want to make sure I can have all these points. Yeah, why this matters. Each facility might have a different approvals path, but from a First Nation perspective, they form one cumulative development picture affecting lands, waters, and all those things I mentioned. And that's the key. That's why I want to show this map and present all those bits and pieces projects together. Nations should avoid siloed responses, where one team looks at a reactor and then another one at a transmission line, and then another one at a substation, and another one with Alto, without sharing our intelligence, our experts, our strategy. And Alderville and Curve Lake, Hiawatha and MSIFN have moved very quickly to apply a collaborative approach, and we're knocking down Alto's door, and it's been brutal. It's been very tough. But we're keeping on. Next slide. So what do First Nations need to align on? Obviously, aligning doesn't mean identical views. It can't, and it won't. I wish it would, but that's an idyllic view. That's not news to any one of you here, of course, but it does mean working hard to get a shared strategy. The big areas for us are cultural heritage and archaeology, environmental assessment, technical reviews, regulator submissions, accommodations agreements, and economic participation availability, including, but not limited to, procurement, employment, and equity participation. So, you know, just a note on the economic participation, you know, employment and procurement are, I think, low-hanging fruit, and we've often been attached to those things. But, you know, rights holder priority and training and development pipelines for our people and a 50% equity model is what we need to be chasing. And how are we going to do that? It's going to be really tough. We don't have the capital available and that power of capital behind us, which of course we've been kept to the periphery of for 150 years or more. So I'm thinking a lot about the Sovereign Wealth Fund that Joe brought up yesterday, and that is one way of getting us over that finish line where we need to be. So I digress, but next slide. So key pressure points in nuclear review. Here's this fine-looking gentleman on the screen. He's one of our members. I'm giving a plug to one of our people who I'm pretty proud of him. He's an engineer from my community. He's all bright and shiny and eager, and he's young and he's got a lot of energy. And he works with the council and supports us in many ways. Lives in BC actually, but does work across the country as an environmental engineer. And I'll tell you a bit more about Lutz after, not to give a shameless plug about my member, but you know, he is single, ladies, so if anybody, no, we'd like him to move to Ontario. But anyway, I have a sample newsletter that we did for our community about Lutz, and that's just one of the ways we can promote our own people, and I share it to you as just basically a nice conversation point and to showcase and brag a bit about the work we have going on from our members. But the key pressure points, nuclear project reviews are obviously complex and very long-term. It involves thousands of pages, multiple phases, technical uncertainty, continuing oversight. And, you know, issues like shoreline works and spoils management, water quality, fish habitat, and cumulative effects can be easily underestimated if our nations are only relying on proponent summaries. So we ended up thinking we need to rely on our own people to be part of the review of this work so that we have somebody trusted that we can rely on. So hence why I'm bragging about Lutz. So the profile I'll send around about Lutz is, again, just a little newsletter we did about him to our community. But, you know, it notes that the impact assessments for large-scale nuke projects can take 3 or more years and unfold through multiple phases with extensive documentation. Getting a one-person paid position in our communities to look at consultation issues is not going to cut it, right? Which is pretty much all we're funded for. You know, I have here, compliance is not the same as protection. So MSIFN took an approach, as described earlier and as promoted by Lutz, our member here, where we look beyond proponent checklists to whether monitoring is credible, to whether data is accessible and long-term ecosystem health is truly protected. You know, aquatic systems are central, so the profile highlights risks to shoreline alteration and excavation, spoils management, and all the things I mentioned. And as rights holders, we need an independent review. So the profile that I'll hand out is really framing First Nation-led assessment and independent technical scrutiny as necessary to challenge those assumptions of all the big proponent reviews. Next slide. Almost done. So we're already, I think, showing what serious due diligence looks like. Lutz's profile shows why community expertise actually matters and why internal capacity matters and why nations need trusted experts that can translate complex material into decision-ready advice for our leadership and our people. And so if you have people that are trained in these ways, get them reviewing your projects because they will give you the honest goods and they are a trusted resource of your people. Next slide. So I have a few strategic suggestions for the next 12 months. If you're faced with a big new energy project, like a big transmission line, take what is happening with the large 500 kV Barrie to Sudbury line as an example. You know, first, you develop a corridor table amongst the interested nations and develop a common technical review framework. organize a coordinated participation before regulatory processes begin, and plan negotiations that seek both protections as well as opportunities, or put another way, accommodations agreements as well as paving the way for equity participation. Work together to emphasize things like project design changes that protect harvesting, that negotiate strong environmental accommodations and focus on jobs, procurement, and investment participation. When Alto showed up, we simply grabbed the same collaborative model from our energy projects and applied it to Alto high-speed rail. And now we have lots of tools in our toolkit. Slide 10, next slide. So the opportunity really is regional. So is the response. So this is one of the biggest electricity buildouts in the country and perhaps in North America, right in the backyard of MSIFN and our neighbors, nations. So if we organize early, we're going to secure long-term benefits so that we avoid another CN Rail in the future. That's all I have. I hope that presentation was thought-provoking. And if you have any questions, please feel free and ask. Miigwech. Oh, you want me to speak to it? Sure. Yeah, okay. Well, they want me to speak to the nuclear resolution that was, oh, you'll introduce it first. Oh, they're going to introduce it first. I just wondered, I know we're short of time, but I do want to answer any questions on that presentation if there are any. Yeah. Don't want to lose momentum. Gee.
Yes, good morning. Thank you for that very informative presentation. Just a couple of questions. On the hydro lines, they noted that you have, or you have a 50% First Nation equity model. Can you kind of expand on that? And as far as electricity, I noticed nuclear energy is in there, so I've heard about nuclear energy before, so I'm just wondering if that's part of it also, or is it just basically electricity? So maybe you can bring me up to speed on that. Yeah. Thank you.
Sorry, just I hope I'm understanding the question. So in that corridor map that I showed, that has both, that 62.1 billion has both transmission as well as nuclear refurbishment projects. It doesn't, it does exclude, or it excludes the new nuclear at Wesleyville. So that is all one big connected roadmap of what the province is planning to do. I'll have more conversation when it comes up to the resolution that is on the floor for consideration in terms of nuclear, and I think the First Nations are going to have a lot of questions about that. But Hydro One, unlike OPG or any other nuclear, proponent, they have an automatic 50% equity model. So they want First Nations to be equal partners in the work that they're doing in your treaty territory. So for example, the Barrie to Sudbury line that's being put in, that is one example of collective First Nations coming together, some of whom are impacted by that more directly than others, but who are all impacted because it's in the same treaty lands and traditional territory. And so, even for communities that don't have treaties per se, that line is going to impact them and pass by or through their communities. And so we have to figure out how we can account for that impact as well as the nations that are more directly affected. But that's what I was getting at around transmission lines. I hope that answers.
Thank you, Chief. We have a question online. Chief Niganobi.
Question, if I could just respond to the presentation. I'm all for the First Nations in that area. I want to pursue nuclear energy using that, and we'll on with that. But on a regional level, I don't think there's, in the north, we're heavily impacted here by this. There will be an increase of GAMCO, which is refined uranium, which is not to bring all the waste from, southern Ontario, those chemicals, down to our Canadian commission, and we're adamantly opposed to this. This will increase, we see the plans, we know the plans, we know what they're trying to do. If you know energy, it will not fulfill what is needed for them to pursue this. It looks like there's other arrangements being made on their end, which, you know, we're not gonna benefit from. And, you know, we're gonna deal with this in the north, like I said, with the increase of uranium, production, the mining, we had to deal with that here. We got Helen Pump, a lot of things, you know. I think the north deals with this quite significantly. And I know they're gonna pursue it, but, you know, this will be, our land will be unusable for 3,000 years. That's a long time, you know, that it is going to affect us. So, you know, we would be opposed to any kind of, working with nuclear energy, and we've passed resolutions at the North Shore Tribal Council level. I know COO has, you know, passed on the nuclear waste transportation or storage. That has also been passed at resolutions I believe here. So I think it goes against those resolutions, and yeah, I you know, if the ones in the area want to pursue that, then I understand and figure out some rather large numbers there, and you know, that's fine. But on our end here, we can't support that just because of the what it can potentially lead to. Miigwech.
I have a question, Chief.
Sure, go ahead.
Would Mississauga not be taking part in any kind of impact benefit arrangement, given what's to come in your territory?
Cameco, we've had discussions with Cameco, who would directly be the one.
Yes.
They don't even believe in UNDRIP. They have been, you know, obviously, like I said, not a good partner to work with, ignoring archaeology, ignoring other things. I know they have mines in other areas that, you know, again, same issues. So, you know, that's the way, that's who we're dealing with, and that will impact us with this. And, you know, I think there's green energy projects and other projects to pursue that I would be happy, you know, I think we'd be happy to attach our name to, but not when it comes to nuclear energy, just because of the impacts.
So if they do work in your treaty and traditional lands, you won't receive any impact or accommodations payment for that?
We would have those discussions and oppose what they're doing. But again, I don't think morally from our standpoint and the impact that it has caused on us. And, you know, we believe 100% in science that, you know, if they can solve the issue of what to do with that nuclear waste, we would be all on board. But they haven't. They come to us every 20 years and say they're going to do that, but they never have done that. So, you know, until that happens, and like I said, 3,000 years is a long time for that to be dealt with. And we don't want to deal with those issues. I know Ford and the Conservatives are selling it as green energy, but it's not green energy the way we see it.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chief. Any other questions or comments?
I can speak to more to the resolution about.
We'll just table the resolution, Chief, and then we'll come just so it's on the table, and then we'll ask for your comments. Thank you. All yours.
Miigwech, Chief, for that presentation. The motion that's coming before you is called the nuclear, and that's all it says on the item. And what we're going to be speaking to is the mover is Chief Kelly LaRocca, and the seconder is Chief Laurie Hockaday. We're going to be introducing this, and I wanted to know, Chief, if you wanted to speak to this resolution. Go ahead, Chief.
Great, thanks. Sorry, I'm just trying to organize my papers from leaving the podium. All right. Sorry, just a moment. Here we are.
And after Chief LaRocca has spoken, I'm wondering if the seconder will want to speak to it, Laurie Hockaday.
Thank you. So this resolution stems from longstanding opposition to nuclear waste storage, to its transportation and its abandonment within our Anishinaabeg territories. Ontario is advancing and proposing, of course, several new nuclear projects, which I just outlined. And the NWMO, or Nuclear Waste Management Organization, is advancing ahead on its notion for a deep geological repository. And then fairly recently, on April 29th, Canada committed to a new strategy for nuclear energy. And it has a 4-pillar approach. It enables new builds, of course. It seeks for Canada to become a global supplier and exporter and expand uranium production and nuclear fuel opportunities, developing new innovations, including fission and fusion. Natural Resources Canada, or NRCan, will be developing this strategy, and it states that they will be working with Indigenous communities, and its anticipated release is at the end of the year. There have been, according to the resolutions desk, there have been 11 nuclear-related resolutions since the early 2000s, and the Anishinaabe Nation continues to advocate through public statements, nation-to-nation collaboration, and submissions, of course, making submissions to various regulatory bodies and standing committees. Our emphasis has always been protecting Acquis, Nebe, treaty, and inherent rights in future generations, and continues to be so. The Department of National Defense, D&D, is investing in potential for microreactors to remote northern D&D and CAF facilities, as well as capital investments in Chalk River laboratories. What I want to say is, we're not promoting nuclear waste. We're promoting that they don't get to benefit off of our treaty territories without us anymore. They are going to move ahead anyway. We are on the cusp of a Bill 5 announcement for Wesleyville New Nuclear, I believe. And these projects, they're already working at Pickering. We told them to halt. They said, get involved. We took part. We've engaged through Minogi on various environmental assessments, archaeological work, shoreline restoration, fish protection and habitat, you name it. We've had them retool their existing facilities so that they don't have fish blenders in Lake Ontario anymore. We made them do that. Why? Because we were elbows out and we created space for them to have to do that. Would they have done it without us? I don't think so. I honestly don't. And so, further to Chief Niganabi's point earlier, I think, with respect, we got to be elbows out and give Cameco an opportunity to do better, because they have to, because they should. And I know Chief and his council and his community are advocating in that way. I have no question in my mind about that. But I can't promote them doing this work in our territory and getting away with it without any benefit to the communities at all. NWMO, I can tell you, has it in their mind sight to create a deep geological repository. I want to encourage them to also include in their scope of study the question of what it will mean to keep it where it is for an extended period of time and define what that would mean. I have no question in my mind they're going to go ahead. I know as an equity participant, if we were to ever do that in future, that we would be implicated in that somehow or seen to be so. But we are advocating hard that they seriously consider and study at length what it would mean not to transport and move the waste through your territories and not to dig a big hole and leave it there for thousands of years. But in fact, and furthermore, look at it as to what it could be used for as a resource. And the science has progressed in that regard, and we're already doing it with isotopes for cancer treatment. It's the energy of all things. If anybody understands energy, it's our people. Those are natural laws that we've known about since time immemorial, and I really want to stay at those tables where the decisions are being made at boardrooms by people that don't get it. That's my wish. That's why this resolution is being put forward. We have added a number 5. I'll draw your attention to it. The resolution was passed around yesterday. And I'll read it out. Number 5, in the let it be acted upon, the second part on the second page. Recognize that accommodations agreements and economic opportunities for First Nations will form part of the ongoing engagement strategy with the nuclear energy sector. There are going to be First Nations that demand accommodations agreements like we already have, hence why they had to build new machines and stop blending fish in Lake Ontario, as one small example of many. I want to be able to be at the table as they're making these decisions with or without us. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief. Chief Hockaday, are you ready to speak to it? Miigwech.
Miigwech. This resolution is about our jurisdiction and our responsibility to Anishinaabe, our treaty rights and future generations. For many years, our nations have been clear. We do not accept the storage, transportation, burial, or abandonment of nuclear waste in our territories. We must have free, prior, and informed consent. Governments and industries are moving ahead very quickly with nuclear development across our territories. No agreement and no project process can replace nation-level consent. Risks are cumulative and long-term, and silence will be treated as permission. This resolution sends a clear message that Anishinaabe Nation consent is not optional. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief. Like we did yesterday, we're going to ask if there's anyone else on the floor that wants to speak to this. Chief Williams?
Yes, I'm supportive of the resolution. I've been sitting here for many years, and I have heard many times that we are always on the outside looking in. And I believe that this is an opportunity for us to be on the inside to make sure that development has the voice and hears the voice of the Anishinaabe, of our people. And we are all concerned of nuclear waste and where and how long it needs to be stored. But I do believe that a voice at the tables is important, and so look for support because the therefore resolution component is seeking support. It's riddled with that word support, and so I support the resolution.
Chief, you had another comment?
I do. I wondered if we could consider adding a paragraph for some kind of ancillary industry support. So for example, the work that OPG is doing relies on the work that Cameco does. And so would we be in a position as an Anishinaabe Nation to demand that, you know, all related industries, you know, adhere to the stringent consultation and accommodation requirements and UNDRIP and FPIC and those things. And that way, it would address, in part, Chief Niganabe's commentary.
Did my resolutions table grab all that? Chief, maybe could I ask you to go to the table and see if you can help them draft a paragraph for that? So as we wait for the final paragraph to be added, the 6th paragraph. We also have Chief Niganab that has his hand up again. Go ahead, Chief.
Yeah, you just asked if anybody wanted to talk to the resolution, and like I
Yes.
said, we would be opposed to it. We're opposed to nuclear energy. It's not against, if Scugog wants to, and Curve Lake want to sit at the tables, then sit at those tables. We have taken that stance that we are, and to say that, the advocacy against it has not been effective. The only reason why this is happening now is because the Ford government has brought this back to the table. Nuclear energy took a large decrease in the 70s because of advocacy groups saying that this is not good for the environment and not good for us as Indigenous people, as stewards of the land. So again, I'm okay with those First Nations sitting at the table to discuss that or benefited from it, but at overall regional level, I don't agree with that. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief.
Good morning, Chief Michelle Solomon for Oyam First Nation. I'm really challenged by this. I'm aware and have brought forward resolutions opposing transportation of nuclear waste. Former Chief Collins has brought forward and supported resolutions opposing the transportation of nuclear waste. I've been actively involved in opposing transportation of nuclear waste in this area. And, one of the things that has been important to me in that process is not to vilify Wabigoon Lake First Nation because of the position that they are taking in support of the nuclear waste repository. And so, I guess I'm always concerned that in our efforts to ensure that this doesn't go forward without, us having a say, having the impacts on us being considered, it's really, it's a balancing act, to say the least. And in the worst way, when we consider the conditions of our highways, the ongoing danger that exists on our highways and the potential for this to be transported. And I guess, I'm just really wrestling with this right now. And, if there's others that have something to contribute to this conversation, I would certainly welcome hearing from others. I know former Chief Collins, he's actually here in the room, and he was at an OPG event yesterday, and there was a presentation on Darlington's new nuclear roadmap, so where they intend to go between now and 2035. I don't know all the details of that, but I was just trying to quickly review it. And so, I certainly don't ever want to be in a position where I'm standing in the way or vilifying another First Nation for their position. but I am really challenged to take any kind. It wants me to be quiet. Anyhow, I just wanted to share that that's the struggle that I have, and I welcome further input from others. Thanks.
Miigwech, Chief. We have Chief Muskokaman and then Tikmashig.
Thank you very much, Chair. This is obviously a very difficult topic for all of us. On one side, we're torn on the environmental side, but on the other side, of course, there is a reality that this construction and this is taking place now. And I've just talked with my colleagues here from the Southwest, and be quite truthful, I've had this conversation with the minister because we in the Southwest, the Treaty First Nations of the Southwest, we are engaged in negotiating for transmission lines. And we've already successfully signed one off, and we have 4 more to go. But I want to introduce just another thing to this, another aspect to this, is that in the Southwest, we're growing out transmission lines for a purpose. Part of it, as I spoke about yesterday, was to deal with manufacturing and industry. But I don't know how many of you have come through from Windsor to Chatham recently at night. The whole territory is aglow from greenhouses. And so a part of the energy that is being transported into the Leamington area is about food security. And so this is another element that actually goes into the mix, is that we're talking not only about industrialization, but we're also talking about food security. And the greenhouse industry is going to continue to grow all through the Southwest. And part of the reason is that we have the highest amount of heat units in the summertime anywhere else in Canada. You have the biggest growing part in Canada, which requires, at this point, sun. But the sun is not going to, the sun has a sunset also. And we're not keeping up with the amount of food security that is going to have to take place. So I think that, there is going to be, and I've had this discussion with the Minister of Energy, Mines and Energy, there is going to be a small nuclear reactor on the St. Clair River. It's already planned. There is going to be gas generation basically out of Enbridge, because that's where their hub is, just north of Chatham, that supplies the whole eastern seaboard with liquefied natural gas, which is being fracked out of Pennsylvania and Ohio, transported to Texas, refined in Texas, transported back and stored right now in southwestern Ontario. It's the biggest repository of natural gas in North America. It's in our backyard. And so we're faced with 2 evils. Number one, there's going to be a combination natural gas generation, and there's also going to be nuclear in our back door. And so we would go to the extent of supporting the resolution to be at the table and to at least gain knowledge of what those impacts would be within our region. And where in fact, like this whole Enbridge with the amount of storage space that they have on liquefied natural gas, we do not get 1 penny from that. And yet it supplies the whole eastern seaboard of the United States for fuel throughout the winter and for lighting throughout the entire year by gas generating hydroelectric stations. So we would support it, this endeavor, because we have been locked out of Enbridge. We've been locked out of the whole discussion of how in fact gas and oil comes from the west out of Alberta, fracking comes from the south out of Pennsylvania, United States, but it all ends up in our backyard. And we receive nothing from it. So for those reasons, for a lack of knowledge, quite truthfully, and for a strategic approach, I would support this resolution to be at the table. We'll make up our minds later. But at this point, knowledge is the key. Do we understand what they're doing? And right at this point, we don't.
Miigwech, Chief. I know we have Chief Grenier, Chief Duquette, and did you want me to defer back to Chief? Go ahead. He said go ahead. Chief LaRocca.
Thanks, Joe. I really, I do want to emphasize too, we've learned a lot through the years of, toil with OPG and the regulatory hearings we've been attending and the international benchmarking exercise we procured because we wanted our own third-party assessors to get us information, for example, on SMRs and what their use is across the world. Is the technology new for Canada, but not new around the world? And so we wanted to educate ourselves as to how it's working in other parts of the world before we, would ever dream of giving consent of any kind. But I do want to just, kind of riff on Joe's point there that we're learning new things every day about what's going on and how we can get involved and be elbows out with our voice. MSIFN, we continue advancing what we're referring to as an Indigenous-led impact assessment approach for new nuclear. And that's defining, impact through our own laws, our own values and knowledge systems. And it's moving beyond participation in the Crown-led impact assessment processes towards co-development or leading assessment methodology from our perspective. And that creates a framework that can be applied across nuclear as well as other infrastructure projects. That work is foundational to shifting the role of our nation from stakeholder to decision maker. And without doing that study, I couldn't conscionably take part. And that is the first Indigenous-led impact assessment that has been used for nuclear in Canada. So that's an achievement that I feel very proud about. And we advocated for that. We went to the regulatory boards for that, knowing what was to come. Why? Why were we live to it? Because we've been living in its backyard, or it's been living in our backyard for 50 years. And so we're an impacted nation in the strictest sense of a host community would be. Miigwech.
Go ahead, Proxy Grenier, and then Chief Duquette.
Mino Gazip, Councillor Gerald Grenier, Tikmishing. At Tikmishing, we fully support the need for being at that table and having the discussion. However, it needs to be considered from A all the way down to Z, where what happens, because the southern nations, yes, you guys have Pickering, you have all these energy and nuclear resources down there that are benefiting and could be a potential benefit for use. But in the northern region, especially in Tikmishing, and to Emmett Brent's point, being so close to us, we end up getting the waste, which has no studies on long-term effects. We have, out of 710 hectares in our traditional territory, probably about 130 abandoned mines that these nuclear companies want to come and take and put the dispense uranium and all that in our territories. We have mines already there up in our Victoria and Benny area where it clearly says that there were abandoned uranium mines, no hunting or harvesting here due to the fact of the radiations that is still coming out of this mine. And that has a 30-foot rebar and lead-enforced cap on it. So these are big concerns for in our area because we're dealing with the after effects with no benefits, nothing coming out. There's no profit share in disposal. There's no, all it is harm. And for Atikameksheng, we have over 1 billion tons of tailings from 130 years of mining there already, 4 kilometers from our doorstep, which if something would happen to that, it would be worse than what happened in Brazil when that tailings went out. So we have that concern, and now we're having the concerns, and I can't speak for the rest of my northern nations, but they know the effects that this has caused in some of the communities already, the nuclear waste. We believe, yeah, we need to be at the table, but we need to consider all nations because it's not just the generation of the nuclear power, it's what's happening to the northern nations when it comes time to disposing of it. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Proxy, Chief Duquette, next.
Miigwech. So when I look at the resolution, and I don't see in any area that the nations are supporting nuclear energy. What they're looking for is to be there for technical review, legal analysis, cumulative impacts, a unified Anishinaabe Nations position, looking at implementing tools and resources, long-term stewardship. So they want to be at the table, and I'm one too. Is you go to a boxing match, either you're in the ring or you're in the crowd. So I'd rather be in the ring myself and be there. So I don't foresee, or I don't look at it as saying that the nations are saying, hey, nuclear, we're supporting it. I think they're doing the opposite. They're saying, I want to be there and I want to have my say, and we want to make all nations because what's happening in the south will affect the north, and let's work all together to ensure that all our nations are protected. So if I'm reading this wrong, please let me know. But I do got my glasses on today, and that's what I see. So I will support that resolution per se.
Miigwech, Chief. Proxy Grenier, you had a comment to add?
So is it possible, and Gemma, I can see you vaguely, is there a possible chance of creating a nuclear energy board within the Anishinaabe Nation to represent all nations from all territories in not only the development, but in the disposal of the nuclear waste? So then if we are sitting at the table, we're sitting as a collective and all voices from every nation is being heard. That's just a thought I have. I'll leave it up to you, Gemma. Miigwech.
Miigwech for that. First of all, I want to acknowledge that this is a very complicated and complex topic when we talk about nuclear. The reality is that all of our nations have been excluded since nuclear started. And within our nations, our people, when they hear the word nuclear, you imagine that radioactive symbol, and you think of Chernobyl, and you think of death and devastation. And that's the reality. The other reality is that none of us, none of our ancestors had any part of this. We've been raising the alarm bells. We've been standing together, united in that sense. But what I'm feeling, it's almost causing more of a division. And those are the things like we heard in our sunrise ceremonies the last 2 days of that Omgwam Zin. Omgwam Zin, that the things we talk about do not further divide us, but bring us together to make us stronger. And I look up to Chief LaRocca for speaking to this very complicated, prickly, uncomfortable conversation. You know, as a little girl and no nuclear, no nukes on Manitou, you know, things like that come to my mind, and the sense of fear because of what happened in Chernobyl and what we saw on TV growing up. And it conflicts with, I think, that part of our spirit from the position of stewards of the land, listening to Chief Niganob and his comments, the devastation that they're faced with trying to reconcile from a space that they never ever had any part of. The people never had any part of that, yet they're paying the price. To Chief LaRocca's comments about, you know, those nations, unfortunately, smack dab in the backyard. It's in their backyard. They didn't choose that. And if we go even back further, where our communities are located generally never had those boxes and borders around them, right? They were our lands together. And so when we, I believe as Anishinaabeg Nation, and I've been part of, you know, resolutions in the past to oppose the waste transportation, the waste storage in our territories, to protect our nations, to protect the land, to protect the water. I feel that we did those resolutions and then just stopped and turned and walked away. As our Getset taught us last year in the summer, we have to know the enemy if that's what we feel that is. We have to face fear head on. And part of that, I believe and I've seen, is really coming together to understand where we are all at. To have that compassion for our Southeast communities, to have that compassion for our northern communities subjected to the waste that's been developed down there. Again, our nations had no say. And so this nuclear energy board idea, I believe, could also be born out of Section 2 out of this resolution. When we look at how this resolution could be implemented, I believe we have to really start to understand what this is, because what we're talking about is how it's impacted us without our say, without our participation, without our nation's consent. And when we understand more, and when we remain united in this space, as prickly of a conversation it is, I believe that there are significant commonalities. Number one, we don't want harm coming to our people. We don't want harm coming to our land, our waters, our environment. We don't want our fish and our animals impacted, so it, you know, essentially decimates our way of life, our historical way of life, and the life of that of our ancestors. And perhaps this conversation is needed today in this space, with almost a record number of chiefs participating, to come together, not just in opposition of that thing, but look at this thing and how it can unite us even stronger. In reading this resolution, the Let It Be Acted Upon clause, to Chief Duquette's point, I think that helps to open up that space, perhaps an opportunity that we all come together, you know, a 2 or 3 day session totally dedicated to nuclear, but not from the context of, hey, nations can make money off of this, let's economic development, but from a space of who we are as Anishinaabe. How do we recreate those principles, and how do we use those principles collectively to address all of this stuff we're dealing with? You know, and I feel bad, and I know our ancestors also feel bad that we're faced with this, but we also have that opportunity, I believe, to do this together, to truly understand what Chief Niganob is going through in his community, what his people are going through, what Chief Larocca's people are going through. We can talk about the St. Clair River, and let's talk about all 39 nations in the Great Lakes watershed that will be impacted. We always forget to talk about the aquifers, that depth beyond the depth of a shovel, where our spirits live, where those spirits live. And we forget to bring that into this space. We were reminded again this morning at our sunrise ceremony. So from that sense, are we going to use those principles of that bravery to stand together to look at this in a holistic way, but from our lens, not Build Canada, not all of these things that are pushing this because there's a demand, but at the same time, we say no and walk away. It's still going to impact our communities. We're not going to be united. Some communities will be fighting this individually, and we're all going to lose. What I think is a huge opportunity in the resolution is to strengthen coordination with other treaty bodies and regions of the Anishinaabeg Nation. Because when we see the words nuclear, it has to go beyond the 39 nations. And perhaps we can be the coordinator of that, so that we can bring all of our communities together on a very, very serious discussion, because this waste in of itself, great grandchildren. So I believe we have to do something. What that something is can only come from that space. That can only come from unity, can only come from that strength. And maybe we won't make a mistake where our great grandchildren continue to have to deal with this because we simply just want to say, no, I don't like it, I'm going to go do my own thing. Because nuclear, when we talk about nuclear right now, we're not just talking about us right here, right now. We're talking those generations, for those yet to come. And they've brought us together in this space. They've worked through Chief Kelly LaRocca and others to have the courage to bring it into this assembly. Because historically, we've said no. We've said no to transport, storage, everything. But we forgot to do that other bit more work to understand. And we are at a deficit collectively. We've been left out for decades and decades and decades. Because when those people fly on a plane, they look down, they see all this land for the take. How we live it is we see all of this land works together to sustain us all. We have a responsibility to take care of it. I saw a gentleman back there with a really cool saying on the back of his sweater that we do not own this land. We borrow it from our children. We've talked about that yesterday and today about that child. We talked about that in the ceremony this morning about that child at Benojis. That's us right now. So if we interpret collectively the text of the Let It Be acted upon, it helps to build that space not just within our 39 nations, but beyond that, to be more inclusive of everybody. We cover more territory, we touch more people. And are we going to be courageous to do this hard, emotional, frustrating, uncomfortable work? I believe we have an opportunity before us to further understand this, to build unity, to support our nations.
but we can only do that coming together over a period of days on one particular topic and continue to support the nations in the spaces that they find themselves. Miigwech.
I don't know if I might add something, Grand Chief. Thank you for your words, Miigwech. I did want to say if we could scroll to number 2 on the resolution on the second page. Perhaps the wording is what is throwing us off a bit, so I apologize. Perhaps it's a little too all-encompassing. Could we change it? I would propose an amendment. It's to read, we could change number 2 to read, direct that the Anishinaabeg Nation provide support to strengthen coordination with other treaty bodies and regions of the Anishinaabeg Nation to seek, instead of present, a principled vision on nuclear development, waste management, and cumulative impacts. And that way, it's us coming together to do that tough conversational work that Grand Chief was referencing, but it doesn't feel like a whole-scale commitment, perhaps, in the way that Chief Nicanab wouldn't feel comfortable with. That's just my take, and I think that that would be helpful. Furthermore, just quickly, I did propose earlier in the discussion around adding a number 6, which I think the resolutions table has done. And I can't really see it from here, sorry. To direct that the Anishinaabeg Nation provides advocacy support relating to ancillary industries connected to nuclear project development, including but not limited to transmission line development, uranium production, and battery energy storage, among others. So those are just 3 sample examples of those ancillary industries. But that way, the Cameco's of the world would have the Anishinaabeg Nation advocacy behind it too. So those are some changes I would propose to make to help move the discussion along. I see Chief Nicanab has some words.
Chief Brent, online.
Yeah, we are, you know, I heard the comments. We are educated in this. We've been dealing with this for years now. We know what it is. You know, we're not, like I said, we're not supporting it. If there was another resolution saying to make up a table that did this, we don't want it promoted. So we've done our education. We work with the CNSC, the regulatory. We went with them to argue against the licensing of long-term licensing for Cameco. They turned around and made that decision in favor of them in 2 days. So there's 2 different resolutions that I see, and I would support, yes, talking to them and having that, but where it looks like financial gain or other things, that's where I would be opposed.
Proxy Grenier, you're next.
Could we have it written in the BCR, or where a committee would be developed between the nations? Actually right in there to work together and to discuss this at all levels?
So that's a request to the mover and seconder.
Can you just repeat that? Sorry, I just want to make sure.
Can
I
we
understood.
have the wording written in the document that states that a committee will be developed within the Anishinaabe Nation of representatives from all regions to work on the nuclear energy concerns and issues at all levels between each nation? So that way the Northern's voice is being heard when you guys speak at here. Now, it doesn't want me to speak. Just so all voices are heard and represented at the table. That's all I'm asking.
I have no issue with that. I think as long as number 2 is reworded in the way I just suggested.
So can we go to our, a seconder? Do you have any problems with adding that amendment?
I have no issues as well. Thank you.
Can I ask you to go to the resolution table to make that amendment? Can I go to Chief Solomon and then to our regional chief?
I just wanted to
Oh,
say
Chief Simpson.
that,
Chief Solomon?
sorry, I just wanted to say that it was under clause 2, that was, a particular stuck point for me, because I don't know that all communities are going to get to a unified position at any time. And, as I said, I don't want to vilify any community for their position, and sometimes it becomes very real. I think in my own anti-nuclear waste activity, I've had a lot of dealings with Grassy Narrows and dealing with the mercury poisoning that has happened in their community. Those are very real things. And, to the point that Chief Brent has made, like in my own research we don't know, like 3,000 years from, we can't even imagine what this world looks like 3,000 years from now. So yes, and not to rehash all of my own issues with nuclear waste, but that was definitely my stuck point. And I think it is important that because of the environmental impacts assessment process and how First Nations along the proposed travel route of this spent nuclear waste, I think that, there does need to be a body developed by Anishinaabe Nation to make sure that there is Indigenous-led environmental impact assessment processes in place, because we're not always considered in the mainstream environmental impact assessment process. In fact, most often we're not. So thank you.
Miigwech Chief, I'm going to go to Chief Tainer next, and then I'm going to go to the Elder. Oh, Chief Simpson.
Great,
Tainer?
thank you. Chief Tainer Simpson, Alderville First Nation. I'd like to speak in support of this resolution and also in support of having that larger Anishinaabe Nation body around the whole nuclear issue. In Alderville First Nation, we're 25 minutes away from the proposed Wesleyville nuclear power site, which is going to be the largest nuclear facility in the world at over 10,000 megawatts. Now, if something were to go wrong at Wesleyville, that would be it for Alderville. So you can be darn sure that we're at that table. We're making sure that all those safety precautions are in place. We understand our responsibility to our members as well as to all the members of all the First Nations, not just in Ontario, across Canada. With our Mississauga-led impact assessment, we are ensuring that if there are any concerns, that we're going to at least mitigate them. And Wesleyville isn't a done deal. If we find out that it's not something that can go ahead, then that's going to be what we decide in our resolution. But in terms of nuclear waste, our side, our consultation team has been advocating for keeping the nuclear waste on site. It's not something we want to transport across. We see it as a hazard to transport that much nuclear waste for so long, for generations. We don't want to export our what we see as a potentially toxic environmental hazard across these lines. So you can bet that we are making sure that we can do our best to not make that happen. Sitting at these tables allows us to have these concerns addressed where they wouldn't otherwise be addressed. And even if it wasn't about own source revenue over generations, we would still be at these tables to make sure that we get these concerns on the table for discussion. And one more thing about the small modular reactors, they do use enriched uranium which is not produced in Canada. So that enriched uranium it will be sourced internationally and wouldn't necessarily put a burden on Ontario mines or other mines in Canada. So these are one of the things that we are dealing with nuclear. Most of my time these days is spent on this issue. And it's quite a complex issue, but you can be sure that we're going to be at these tables to keep them honest, because in Alderville we have a very big concern with that Wesleyville, and if it does go ahead, we got to make sure nothing happens. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief. I'm going to turn it over to the elder, and then after the elder, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague. We do have another speaker that's coming in, so I'm going to pause this resolution until it's amended, and then we'll come back to it.
Okay. I didn't expect this, but I was asked to say something. I'll be short, right to the point. And I go, okay, I guess I'll do it. Then they came back to me and says, Richard, just remind you, there's a minister coming. We may have you speak for a bit or wait till after. That's fine. But you know what's happening? Here we are, it never fails. We have somebody coming in. They come first before we do. No more. He's going to wait and sit. This is our circle. This is who we are. He's going to step in, he or she. And I know they follow this. We have our own time, which is called Indian time. That's what this is going to be. So I was asked to say a few words about this right from yesterday. And everything that was brought up, resolutions, I listened. I heard some more here. What's happening is sometimes we're moving too fast, too quick, not really looking at it to make it concrete. That's what we need to do. We need to pull our reins back and really look at these pieces to make sure that we're doing this right. If we do it too quick, it'll catch up. We need to take our time. Same with meeting with officials. Do not agree when you first meet with them. You bring it back and share. You keep going back, but don't agree. You keep coming back with that, your leaderships, people. And then you finalize it after. What do you want from it? So when it comes to this nuclear waste, yeah, we see it all the time. It started off in the 1800s, even more. What they all brought and created, what is it? Garbage. Garbage. And it still exists. You'll see old remnants of metal laying around. Off the shorelines, off the coast, you'll see barrels washing off the shorelines, oil. They sit there and rot. What's it doing to the environment? If it's not on land, it's in the air. Air is poisoned, the land. If it's not the land or the air, where else? It's in space as well. Yes, they're so happy they can shoot somebody up into the moon. These great big rockets. And when they come back down, they're just in a little small capsule. Where's the rest of that stuff? It's still floating around. Garbage floating around. So every time they shoot someone up there, that garbage is going to collect more and more and more. Who's going to clean it up? Not us. They have to. They don't care. And it's happening everywhere. And this stuff here, nuclear, yes, nuclear waste. They don't know what to do with it. They have no clue. They created it because it's all about Rjoniach. That's all they want from it. They don't care where they put that. And I have an idea where they can put it. Put it in the backyard of the House of Parliament. Dump it there. You know? Simple. But they won't. So all this stuff they come up with, they have no clue what to do. The mining, everything. And it's going to create a lot of damage, and we all know it. And there's going to be more. You look at EV as well, electric vehicles, the batteries. What are they going to do with them? Where are they putting that? You see? So now, let's look at this land that we're living in, we're on. We don't own it. We have to look after it. This is our land. When I say our, I'm talking about the 4 races of man. We all have to share this. We all have to protect it. Make sure we don't damage it. All of us. Government, doesn't matter who it is. We share this. And that's the agreement that was made. We're trying to do our part. What about your part? What were you doing? So I heard the resolutions about this. Yeah, they're going to do it anyway. No matter what we say and do. That, to me, that sounds like we're retreating. We're backing up and say, go ahead then. No, that's not Anishinaabe. We have our ways of doing things, and we have warriors that fought in battle. They never retreated. They were willing to put their life down for their people. Our veterans did the same thing. More than willing to put their life down for us. That's why we're still here. So if we want to let them do it, it's almost like I heard it this morning. Well, you want to come and take our children? Take them away then. No. We won't allow that. We won't retreat. That's why we have traditional dancers, men. When they dance, they never dance backwards. They never retreat. We have to do the same thing about this nuclear waste energy, everything, and not allow it to happen. Yes, it might be a battle, yeah, but we'll get there. I'm part of that. If I have to step in the front lines, I am more than willing to give up my life. For what? For my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren, for my great-great-great-great-great-great. All for them. Has nothing to do with me, about me. It's not about me. It's not about us. It's about our future. And I heard it here. What's going to be there 500 years from now? Your great-great-great-great-great-grandchildren. What's going to be there for them? We need to do this. We need to stop saying this, that we need to stop, and I've heard it, 7 generations ahead. We got to think about 7 generations ahead. We got to stop saying that. We have to. Why? Let them talk about it that time, what we've done. We're saying it, but we're not doing it. We have to start now. And the way to do it, you need guidance, you need help, we all do. Communicate with the land in spirit. Go to the ceremonies in spirit. They'll guide you. Talk to your spirit helper to protect you. Your Indian name, your Anishinaabe name, that'll guide you through. That's where it's at. So I shared that this morning a bit at sunrise. Miminik, that's enough. That's enough now. We don't want to hear no more bull crap. Let's start doing it. Don't be afraid. And when you do that, that's why it's important to speak the language and learn the language. Why? We all know Creator speaks many different languages, but I'll tell you this, our ancestors only speak one. You communicate with them with that, and they'll know what you're asking for. The land will give you the power to do it. That's what you're going to use from our Mother Earth. What are you going to use? She's going to offer you tobacco that grows from the ground. She'll offer you cedar from the tree. That's our Mother's medicine. Use it. and ask for that help and guidance that you need. I think the Grand Poobah is here. That should be enough for now. Miigwech.
We have a resolution on the floor. If I could, yes, Chief McLeod.
Yeah, so I just want to make a couple comments. You know, I'm sitting here listening to our communities from different regions talking about an issue that everybody is faced with, and one that I think we're at a point in time where simply opposing is you know, not the answer when everything, you know, the train has left the station. And this is moving ahead with or without you know, our input. I think this resolution has some very key aspects to you know, what do we do? Like, how do we deal with this thing? On the other side of things, we have First Nations like Tigmashing and Mississauga that, you know, have seen some harsh impacts as a result. I think you know, there's a simple way of making sure that we respect each other's individual situations in dealing with this, and I think by simply adding in the whereas is that, you know, the Anishinaabe Nation continues to maintain our position, our opposition to nuclear waste and nuclear energy production, and that we respect the autonomy of our First Nations within the Anishinaabe Nation to continue to have that jurisdiction to oppose anything that happens in their communities without their consent, and that they have the freedom to make these oppositions, you know, based on their values of the individual communities and the situations that they're in. I don't think this resolution is trying to, you know, walk over that. I think what we need to be saying is that, you know, we all have respective issues when it comes to nuclear waste and nuclear energy production, but this is happening, and we're maintaining our sovereignty as individual First Nations and our right to be able to oppose or support as we wish. So I think that's some easy language that can be added in there. Miigwech.
Thank you, Chief McLeod. I look to the mover and seconder. I'm just also curious, I'm thinking only, is this also within the context of Anishinaabe Nation's constitution? So I'm wondering, do we have to explicitly say that within a resolution, or is that already existing within the constitution of the Anishinaabe Nation? I'm only asking just to...
Well, I think you're correct, but I don't see any problem with putting that, you know, on the forefront of this and reiterating that, you know, we're respecting each other's sovereignties and jurisdictions and their territories.
Sure. I'll look to the mover and the seconder.
I did put a little something in the whereas section, if we could pull it up online. And as mover and seconder, Chief and I are supportive of it. If we go to the last whereas paragraph. Whereas our positions on nuclear production waste have, it should say, sorry, have not changed in that our nations maintain their sovereignty to make decisions that reflect their values for the future. It speaks to that, of which is part of the Anishinaabe Nation Constitution, but I think it makes reference or nod to that, if that's appropriate.
Chief McLeod, any thoughts?
I think this is just asking us really to advocate. We need to give Brand Chief the authority to advocate on this issue. We need to come together and create a table where we come together and try and seek a shared vision, and that's basically what it's doing. And I think we've done some good work to get there. So, miigwech.
Chief McLeod.
Okay, I'm not a voting chief. I think the question of whether or not that is something that is to be entertained would go to Chief Brent and our counselor here from Tigmashing to see if that would satisfy their position.
I have Chief Stevens, and then we'll go in response to those that question. Chief Stevens.
With the suggested changes, Nipissing would feel more comfortable. So there is a lot of good stuff within the resolution. And just thinking back on something that Chief Scott, when he was because Nipissing has been through our own toxic waste situation, as many around the room have. But in looking at the resolution, there's some promise to us having a voice. So in thinking back on what Chief Scott had said, let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Proxy Carnier, any thoughts?
No, I agree with the changes, with the committee and us as a united front on this matter. I think and giving Gemma the opportunity to represent us and advocate for us at the higher levels, Tigmashing would feel way better with this motion. And I think as a united front, we'd have a stronger voice and a greater opportunity to protect all our nations and our generations. Which.
Thank you. Chief Brent, I don't know if you had any last comments or thoughts.
If there is a clause in it that says that it's opposed, because right now it's open to interpretation if it's not, if there's a specific clause that says it is opposed to nuclear energy, which we are, in nuclear, like the reality is it will create more nuclear waste for us. You know, it may be shipped in from somewhere else for small nuclear, but storage, you know, so if it's that clause that says specifically that, and that there's a table working with it, working with us, then, you know, we would support that, but it has to say specifically that it's opposed to nuclear energy.
Thank you, Chief Brent. I believe the nature of the resolution is that there's no position taking and that it's just participation at this point. Am I right, Chief LaRocque?
Yes.
Thank you.
It's a committee of people to get together and discuss positions. We know as a community that you know, if we look at the potential for equity participation, then we will be somewhat implicated. But I do oppose the fact that it's been shoved down our throats for the last 50 years. I do oppose the fact that they want to put waste about in a deep hole in someone else's treaty and traditional territory. Right? But anyway, I think, you know, the last whereas, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to find. Chief, did you take my resolution? No, I think the resolution tabled it.
It says the position has not changed, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that is the comfort that I tried to offer to Chief Nigadop.
So there has been previous resolutions, and the position has not changed as per the whereas here. I think we've had a good conversation on this resolution. I'd like to bring it to the floor for a decision. I realize that we probably don't have consensus, so I will look to chiefs to vote for and against and abstain if they so choose. So we have our resolution on the floor. I don't see anyone else wanting to talk to it or speak to it, so I'll go to the floor for a decision. I'll read into the record let it be acted upon that we, the Anishinaabeg Chiefs and Assembly, direct the Grand Council Chief, advocate and call for the governments to provide long-term predictable resources to support First Nations governance, technical review, legal analysis, and community engagement related to nuclear matters, including the cumulative impacts and recognizing the multi-decade nature of the nuclear industry. 2, direct the Anishinaabe Nation provide support to strengthen coordination with other treaty bodies and regions of the Anishinaabe Nation to seek a principled vision on nuclear development, waste management, and cumulative impacts. Continue to support the Anishinaabe First Nations in implementing tools and resources such as their consultation protocols and other initiatives like Spirit of the Land in nuclear decision making. 4, direct the Anishinaabe Nation Lands and Resources Department or other assigned departments to seek resources for an independent First Nations informed expert to provide updated analysis in small modular reactors, large-scale reactors, waste durability, transportation risk, and long-term stewardship to maintain a living briefing package that tracks Ontario's nuclear projects, regulatory milestones, and implications for Anishinaabe Nation's territory to support timely leadership engagement and advocacy. 5, recognize that accommodations, agreements, and economic opportunities for First Nations will form part of the ongoing engagement strategy with the nuclear energy sector. And 4, direct the Anishinaabe Nation provide advocacy support relating to ancillary industries connected to nuclear project development, including but not limited to transmission line, uranium production, and battery energy storage. And 7, direct the Anishinaabe Nation Lands and Resources Department or other assigned departments to create a committee to speak on all points surrounding a principled vision on nuclear development, waste management, and cumulative impacts. I look to the chiefs, all in favor of the resolution. Online? If we could have those online vote as well, so please, put your hands up, and if you can keep them up. Thank you. All opposed to the resolution? I see Chief Brent. Would you like your vote recorded?
Yes.
Thank you. Any abstentions on the resolution? I see Chief Shane online as abstaining from the resolution. Would you like your name recorded?
Yes.
Thank you. Seeing no other abstentions or opposed, the resolution is passed. Thank you, everybody. At this point, I would like to, a couple of announcements. First, the courtyard, from what I understand, is a non-smoking zone. I guess we've been hearing some complaints that people are having cigarettes in the courtyard. The smoking areas are outside of the hotel around the perimeter and the parking lots. And those who are smokers and that are already out there smoking, let's pass the memo on to them that the smoking in the courtyard is not permitted. We do have the minister outside waiting for us to invite him in. I did want to open the floor for a little conversation about a strategy before we invite the minister in. I also want to get clarification on how the one-on-one meetings will be organized with Minister Riddick Relationship building with Canada Water Agency. Moved by Chief Simpson, seconded by Chief Laurie Hockaday. Does the chief wish to speak to the resolution? We're on relationship building with the Canada Water Agency.
Yes, I'd like to speak to that resolution. Just give me 1 second.
Sure. Yes, please. Thank you.
Ani Mbojo, Gima Tainer Simpson, Alderville First Nation. I want to take a few moments to speak about the Canada Water Agency and what it means for us as Anishinaabe people. As we all know, water, Nibi, is not just a resource to us. Nibi is life. It is our life giver, our living relative. It is central to our identity, our responsibilities, and our future generations. And as nations, we carry that inherent responsibility to protect, manage, and care for all creation. We have never ceded that responsibility. We have never surrendered our role as caretakers of the Great Lakes, and we continue to assert our jurisdiction over these waters. This resolution comes at a critical time. Right now, at the national level, there is significant change underway in how water is governed in Canada. The Canada Water Agency, established in 2023 and formalized in 2024, is at the center of that shift. Its purpose is to bring together federal departments, provinces, and Indigenous partners to coordinate freshwater management across the country. For many years, that work has fragmented across more than 20 federal departments. This new agency is meant to align those efforts. But I want to be clear, this is not a regulatory body. It is not there to enforce laws. Its role is around policy, funding, science, and coordination. For us, this represents both an opportunity and a responsibility. It is an opportunity to assert our jurisdiction, an opportunity to ensure that Anishinaabe voices and our understanding of Nibi as our living relative are reflected in national policy. The agency is advancing several initiatives that we should be paying close attention to. There is the review of the Canada Water Act. Pre-engagement has already happened, and the broader engagement phase is expected to begin soon. This will be an important moment for us to be at the table. There is the development of Canada's first national water security strategy, which will look at risks like drought, contamination, and infrastructure gaps, and set priorities for the country. And there is the National Freshwater Data Strategy, which will shape how water information is collected, stored, and shared across Canada. Chiefs, these are not small processes. These initiatives will define how water is governed in our territories for generations, and we must be clear, if we are not meaningfully involved, decisions will be made without us. This resolution is about ensuring that does not happen. It directs our Grand Council Chief to advocate for Anishinaabe Nation priorities at these tables. That includes recognition of our water laws, our protocols, and our jurisdiction. It also calls for accountability, ensuring there are mechanisms in place to report on how water is protected. And critically, it calls for First Nations participation in federal, provincial, and binational decision-making processes. This is about moving beyond consultation. This is about ensuring we are part of decision-making. The resolution also directs the Anishinaabe Nation Lands and Resources Department to secure funding and to support our participation. We know that engagement without resources is not meaningful. If we are going to show up at these tables on the Canada Water Act review, on the water security strategy, on data and science initiatives, we need the capacity to do so in a coordinated and effective way. It also directs that meetings be facilitated between Anishinaabe Nation, our First Nations, and federal and provincial governments. That relationship building piece is key. We are not just reacting to federal initiatives, we are shaping them, and that requires direct dialogue, nation-to-nation engagement, and space for our perspectives to guide the outcomes. Finally, the resolution requires that an update be brought back to Chiefs and Assembly at the 2027 Summer Grand Council Assembly. This ensures accountability, not just from governments, but from ourselves to each other as we advance this work. Chiefs, this resolution is about positioning the Anishinaabe Nation to lead. It is about ensuring our jurisdiction is recognized. It is about protecting our knowledge, our waters, and our responsibilities. And it is about engaging in a way that reflects who we are, not just as stakeholders, but as nations. The work of the Canada Water Agency is moving quickly. This is our opportunity to engage early, to build relationships on our terms, and to ensure that the future of water governance in Canada reflects Anishinaabe laws, values, and responsibilities. I ask for your support. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief. Ogimakwe Hakaday, will you wish to speak to the resolution?
Miigwech, Lori Hockaday, Curve Lake First Nation. I support this resolution because the Canada Water Agency has become an important national body in freshwater policy coordination and funding. This matters to our nations because water is central to our communities, our rights, our lands, and our future. The agency is leading or supporting key initiatives such as the Canada Act review, the National Water Security Strategy, freshwater science and data planning, as Chief had mentioned. These processes will shape how water is protected and managed across the country. By supporting this resolution, we are making it clear that our nations must be meaningfully involved in those discussions, that our jurisdiction and knowledge must be respected, and that we should be positioned to access the funding and partnerships needed to support our communities. This is important for the protection of our waters and to ensure that our voices are included in decisions that will affect all our people. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief. I'll open the floor for any other chiefs around the Assembly if they have anything or to add to the conversation, wish to participate. I look to the gallery. Seeing none, are there any chiefs opposed to this resolution? Oh, sorry. I should be reading this part before we go to vote. Let it be acted upon that we, the Anishinaabe Chiefs in Assembly, direct the Grand Council Chief Advocate and advance Anishinaabe Nation priorities for Great Lakes governance, including recognition of First Nations water laws, protocols, and jurisdiction, accountability and reporting mechanisms for water protection, and First Nations participation in federal, provincial, and binational decision-making. Direct the Anishinaabe Nation Lands and Resource Department seek funding to support participation and engagement in the Canada Water Act review, National Freshwater Database Data Strategy, and the National Water Security Strategy. 3, direct the Anishinaabe Nation Lands and Resources Department support engagement and dialogue by facilitating meetings between the Anishinaabe Nation, Anishinaabe First Nations, the federal and provincial governments on the Canada Water Act review, National Freshwater Data Strategy, and the National Water Security Strategy. And 4, direct that the Anishinaabe Nation provide an update to the Chiefs in Assembly on the Canada Water Act review, the National Freshwater Data Strategy, and the National Water Security Strategy at the 2027 Summer Grand Council Assembly. I look to the Chiefs. Is there anyone opposed to this resolution? Are there anyone who wishes to abstain from this resolution? Seeing none, the resolutions pass by consensus. Miigwech. We're going to make another adjustment to our agenda. We are adapting to the schedule. We're going to jump right back into our time. We were at 11:30, and at 11:30 we have scheduled proposed action, class action regarding discriminatory underfunding of on-reserve police services in Ontario. We are pleased to be joined by both Chief King and Rachel Gardner. Please help me welcome Chief King and Ms. Gardner.
see. We also have Jessica Orkin that's joining us as well. So, first of all, bonjour, Gima Hugima Nijnakaz, Kia Saging Donji, Ogishkamin Nisi Mize Ne Dodem, Chimi Gwich Kinawea. First of all, I'd like to thank the Grand Council.
Well, how about this Anishinaabeg Nation Council? Great work, folks. Thanks for having me here today. I appreciate you. Wow, feels a lot different from the last time I was here. And I want to start on that note. Just appreciate the briefing that I got coming in here. Understand you've had some great meetings. And frankly, for our friends from Southwestern Ontario member communities, welcome to Northwestern Ontario. Just 550 more kilometers than you would have and could have been in Kenora. So maybe next year you could think about that. I know I'm just so appreciative to be here today. And who put Joe right in front of me with his arms crossed? I'm just gonna look over here because I know what's on his mind. Okay, Joe, I see you right there to my left, but I'm gonna look over here. Anyways, friends, partner communities, nation to nation, this is an extraordinary opportunity that I have been given. It is, after all, a distinct privilege, one that I respect and understand, to speak in front of the Assembly. I want to acknowledge the leadership that's in this room. Many of you have spoken directly with me or as groups, and I appreciate you all. I also want to acknowledge the drum and the elder leadership here today to preside and guide over the proceedings, and finally to the Grand Chief. I want to thank you for your leadership, for your commitment to an open, transparent dialogue with both myself and the Premier. She has proved quickly to set the Premier straight when he needs to be set, and for her conversations with me on member community matters that should bring additional attention from me or the offices of other ministers in the Government of Ontario. So thank you for that, Linda. I appreciate you. Look, today I really wanted to keep it fairly high level. I was briefed as such by your team in an effort to do what I think is the most important, and that is afterwards to spend the rest of the afternoon here meeting with individual communities who have requested some pieces with me. I am working on a couple of matters with specific chiefs that had reached out to me prior, and we look forward to making some progress on that today and moving forward. But I wanted to be present here and reaffirm our commitment to an ongoing partnership with the Anishinaabeg Nation and its member communities. You'll notice in the past couple of years, we have made some changes to my title and in its substance, obviously, First Nations Economic Reconciliation, which we hope and believe has been grounded in meaningful economic partnerships. They're not without their challenges, but they have proved to create a number of opportunities across the province and to build consensus around shared priorities, whether it's in manufacturing, in Southern Ontario, electricity transmission, battery storage, and then up here, legacy infrastructure and responsible resource development. None of the announcements, particularly in the last year and a half, have been made without a stage that includes, not just for show, but in substantive agreements, full partnerships with First Nations. There's more work to be done, but on economic reconciliation, our strategy is to be results-driven. Resolving land claims, we've resolved 18 in the past few years. There's several more that have drawn our attention, and we continue to work on and hopefully to resolve sooner rather than later. in new investments in First Nations business development, and the funding of critical infrastructure that supports long-term opportunities. We are acutely aware, in particular with Anishinaabeg Nation, that you are in fact amongst the best positioned to leverage opportunities in your respective communities as you span from northwestern Ontario down through southwestern Ontario. A corridor that I think represents a fantastic opportunity to work with your member communities, Grand Chief, on a diverse number of major projects. Just a couple of quick updates on some of the programs that are available in my ministry and how they're working with member communities. The Indigenous Community Capital Grants Program has been a meaningful partner with some of the member communities. Business centers, feasibility study, the Ojibwe Park renovation for Garden River First Nation, the community ice rink, pad renovation at Red Rock Indian Band. Muzzy, it's good to see you here today. Feasibility studies for cultural centers, and a study center for multi-use facilities. We recognize and understand the central significance of gathering places in First Nations communities. The 3.2 annual Indigenous Economic Development Fund has provided some great opportunities for training. The Anishinaabeg Employment and Training Services to deliver multiple trade training programs for First Nation citizens in northwestern Ontario. Anishinaabeg Nation to revitalize the Anishinaabeg Nation Economic Blueprint, aiming to foster economic development opportunities for the 39 member First Nations. There are a number of other communities here that have taken the opportunity that exists within these funds, and I encourage you to continue to do that. I'm joined here today by my Deputy Minister and my Associate Deputy Minister. So Raj is here and Michael Reed. Many of you know one or both. And of course, my amazing Chief of Staff, Emily, is here with my Director of Partner Relations, Matt, and we are all hands on deck today to serve Anishinaabeg Nation. The other program I wanted to mention is the Ontario Indigenous Procurement Program. Now, this is a multi-ministry program. It's over $200 million over 11 ministries, totaling 290 procurements over the next 9 years. Core support for AFNIDA, low-interest loan and grants established for growing specific businesses through the Indigenous financial institutions. That's in my ministry. Of course, the Indigenous Opportunities Financing Program, $3 billion to expand eligibility beyond, and I'm here to announce that, Grand Chief, moving beyond electricity transmission and include energy projects that are not confined to electricity, pipeline development, mining, and in particular critical minerals, and the legacy infrastructure required to support them. I have repatriated in the last year the Indigenous Participation Fund to the tune of $70 million to improve capacity for Indigenous communities and organizations in areas of high mineral activity to participate in the regulatory processes in place to guide these. Now, this used to be in the Ministry of Mines when I was the Ministry of Mines, and we have saw fit to move it into my ministry since I'm involved on a lot of legacy infrastructure and mining projects, but thankfully not the Minister of Mines, but rather focused on partnerships with First Nations communities and supporting capacity in a host of activities from regulatory to business opportunities. The transmission line projects that we have announced most recently, of course, involve First Nations and in many instances transmission line partnerships with communities here today. And you have heard loud and clear from the Premier and my colleagues that we recognize and understand that none of these projects should, could, or would move ahead without full business partnerships with First Nations communities and/or any requisite environmental or regulatory participation, if not leadership, by First Nations communities. So I promise to keep it brief, as difficult as that is for me. But I'm just excited to be here today to meet with leadership, spend the afternoon on specific matters that pertain to your communities. And thank you once again for this extraordinary opportunity. As I said, welcome to beautiful sunny northwestern Ontario. Only 10 days ago it was snowing, and today it's sweltering hot, so I'm okay with that. And with that, Grand Chief, I think I'll end my formal remarks and make myself available to you. All right? Thank you, folks.
Thank you, Minister. I will go first online to see if we have any questions for the Minister. If you could raise your hand, then I can recognize you. Chief Patsy, or Chief Corbière.
Yes. Minister Rickford, I just want to know what your opinion on the ATRs, because we've talked to you before about where that is, and it's been 30-some years that we're waiting. AOK First Nation doesn't have any land.
Sorry,
so we're hard.
Oh, I see. Okay, sorry, I didn't know where that was coming from. Yeah, Chief, I'd be happy to have that. We'll take up a meeting with you specifically on that, okay?
Yes, because we're lacking infrastructure right now, and we're trying to build, and we're building in swamps. So
great.
It's costing us a lot of money, and we need help.
Okay. And really happy to have that conversation specifically with you as it pertains to your community. Today, happy to address more plenary matters, but my chief of staff is with me here, and we'll follow up with you later today. Okay?
Okay, me gotcha.
Thank you, Chief.
Chief Muskoka.
Thank you, Minister, for your presentation. It was almost a year ago to date that we met in the Premier's Cabinet Office with regard to Bill 5. And at that point, there was a lot of goodwill extended by the Anishinaabe. We overlooked a number of faux pas that the Premier had stated just previous to that, and try to keep it in a civil manner and move beyond rhetoric to actualization. And our concern has been, and continues to be, the designation through ministerial zoning orders that exclude First Nations in many ways. And I've met with the minister responsible, and we had a fruitful conversation.
Minister Flack, Joe? Yeah.
Minister Flack, of course. And we've had a cordial conversation to build a relationship. But after a year, I've yet to hear anything back about declaring Aboriginal economic zones that would have exclusivity or at least a major input, at least 50% development, as Lake Ontario Hydro has already demonstrated. We wrote both you and the Premier shortly after that meeting requesting for Aboriginal economic zones for the Southwest. We also wrote and asked for $1 billion, the $3 billion commitment for a sovereign wealth fund, in which neither you nor the Premier has yet to respond to us. I know you keep saying it in your discussions, we're considering it. Canada has already gone beyond consideration, but is actually establishing a sovereign wealth fund. And we're dealing with them on a separate format. I would like to know why, in fact, your government will not commit actual dollars to creating a First Nation sovereign wealth fund that would have generational effect, and where we take the authority and the jurisdiction out of the banks and the lending institutions and put it in the hands of the First Nations themselves. I think it's been a legitimate request we've held for a legitimate amount of time. I think your government had enough resources to be able to study this matter and come back with either a definitive yes or no. So I ask you today, is it yes or no?
Okay, so two things. First of all, I think we're in a good place if we're having a question from someone like you, Joe, your leadership over the time, where you're asking for something from Bill 5, right? Like a special economic zone that's an Indigenous special economic zone. Let's be clear on that. The Premier made a comment. He was asked by the media. He said, we haven't used Bill 5. We haven't needed it. And in fact, the most requests that we have received with respect to Bill 5 have come from First Nations communities. So I think that's a good thing. Do we have consensus on that, Joe? Now, if the...
I'm looking for your response, Minister,
I know.
not how many requests you have.
Yeah. And so if there is a specific defined economic zone and your community is a part of that, then I will undertake to follow up on that. Are you talking about your community and that corridor?
I believe our request was very clear that our entire treaty area be declared a special economic zone so that when there is development within our treaty area, we have then direct input and we would have the opportunity to engage in those economic activities.
Okay.
At this point, we're chasing them.
Okay. All right, so you're talking about with the Southwest Council. Okay. And then on the Sovereign Wealth Fund, seems to me that the interest with respect to a sovereign wealth fund will come in the form of a designated resource for your community to do a study on that. And so the answer to that is yes.
No. I asked for $1 billion to be placed inside a sovereign wealth fund, so for participating First Nation would be equal contributors with our own money coming in to develop a sovereign wealth fund where we could then move forward to bonding, which you and I have had a number of discussions on,
right,
and other financial instruments in order for First Nations to become actively involved in economic activities within their given region.
Yeah, no, that's fair, and we were hopeful to talk to you in particular after this, because the Sovereign Wealth Fund will necessarily involve the kind of study, design, and detail that we would appreciate your leadership on, since you've mentioned it, and we've in fact spoken about it a number of times, right? I think you mentioned that we hadn't talked about it. We have on a number of occasions, and my ministry has mobilized Joe to work with you in particular on this and to put resources in place so that we can try to understand better what a sovereign wealth fund would actually look like, which does not just include Anishinaabeg nations, it would include First Nations from across the province. Okay, is that fair?
Turn it back to the chair.
Thank you, Joe. Other questions for the minister? Yes, Chief Solomon.
Good afternoon, Minister.
Hi.
Chief Michelle Solomon.
Hi, Chief.
First of all, I'd like to welcome you to Fort William First Nation Traditional Territory.
Thank you.
Robinson Superior Treaty Territory.
Yep.
And I'd like to ask you where things are at with the Skills Development Fund program.
So I believe that in the coming days, the first tranche of announcements will will be made, and I expect others soon thereafter. Chief, I don't have all the details. It's not my ministry, but I think I got a note from Pete just this morning while I was meeting with Chief Gagnon from Aeroland, and we're following up like right as we speak to deal with that. Emily's right behind you, so she's waving at you frantically, so, okay?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Other questions for the minister?
Yes, Chief Laurent.
Oh, Chief Laurent.
Anine. Minister, can you commit to fixing the regulatory gap for First Nations equity and transmission projects before energization, allowing nations to participate as true development partners, delivering value for communities and ratepayers? Will the ministry commit to developing a transmission-specific regulatory mechanism similar in function to OREG 5305, enabling First Nations to bring capital into major transmission projects earlier in the development of construction period, so equity participation is meaningful and delivers long-term value?
I can't.
Capital cost recovery.
So I can't make that commitment right this second, except to say that under major legacy infrastructure projects like energy transmission, we have already had First Nations actually lead the environmental assessments. I don't see any reason why that can't have application in other corridors around the province. So
We'll send you a letter to follow up.
thank you.
Other questions for the minister? Seeing none, thank you very much, Minister Rickard.
None online?
And none online?
Nope,
Thank you very much, Minister Rickard. I realize you have spent dedicating your rest of the day for us, and you're having some meetings, so thank you very much, Minister. Please help me thank the Minister for joining us today. With that, let's take lunch, have lunch, and we'll reconvene when you hear the drum, which will probably be around 1:15. Miigwech, everyone. Miigwech once again for bringing us back. Not only do these young gentlemen sound good, but they look good as well. Let's give them a round of applause. Awesome job, gentlemen. Thank you very much. And to the professor as well. The professors, I could see her singing around, singing with them along. At this point, we are joined by a special guest from the Assembly of First Nations. I know it's not on your agenda. However, we did invite Andrew Bisson, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the Assembly of First Nations, to join us. I believe we have about 15 minutes with Mr. Bisson, and then we could have some questions and answers or questions that you might have by the chiefs. With that, please help me welcome Andrew Bisson.
Good afternoon, everyone. Andrew Bisson, Dishnakaz, Chigin First Nation in Donjaba, Makwan Ndodam. Hi, everyone. I'm Andrew Bisson, I'm the CEO of the AFN. I'm from Chigin First Nation, same community as Grand Council Chief Daboski. Since I only have 15 minutes, I did have a PowerPoint, but I'm not going to show that because I think we can still do it. Okay, just wondering if we can pull up the PowerPoint. Thank you very much. Next slide, please. So yeah, I'm just here to do an update on the planning for the First Nations First Ministers meeting, which is, well, I'll get into it in the slides. Right now, we're looking at October 2026, and so just here to kind of just share what information we have at this point, and then just to open up the floor to hear from you folks, First Nations leadership, on kind of some direction as far as the agenda, representation, how to incorporate ceremony, and this isn't your last time to have an opportunity to provide some input. We'll likely be at the Chiefs of Ontario meeting in a couple weeks, and then the AFN, we have our annual General Assembly in Ottawa from July 14th to 16th, and that will be a big opportunity for chiefs across the country to come together and discuss the agenda, again, representation and ceremony and how we want to approach the meeting. Next slide, please. So yeah, just a quick overview. So a First Ministers meeting is a high-level political meeting involving all the premiers of the provinces and territories and the Prime Minister. The FMMs, for short for First Ministers meetings, focus on issues of national significance and major policy areas needing joint action from all governments, so areas like healthcare, the economy, emergency management. Since 2005, which was the Kelowna Accord, which some of you may remember, First Nations have not been fully included in FMMs, and there have been no First Nation specific full meetings with the Prime Minister and Premier. So this is really kind of the first of its kind in a very long time, really since the 80s, some of the Constitution discussions. Usually they're kind of pan-Indigenous, but to have just a meeting on First Nations, not including Métis and Inuit, is kind of what makes this unique, and hopefully a better opportunity to get to our issues with the First Ministers. Next slide, please. So how this came to be is the National Chief pushed this with all the provincial and territorial premiers back in the summer of 2025 at the Council Federation meeting. That's when there was an agreement made, and then the Prime Minister himself committed to a First Nations First Ministers meeting at our AFN December Special Chiefs Assembly in December 2025. So right now the AFN is advocating for a 2-day meeting with First Ministers with 2 days of advanced discussion and caucusing with First Nations leadership included. So we don't want to just show up and then kind of have a meeting. We want to be, have an opportunity to speak with the chiefs that are going to be at the meeting to be, prepared for the meeting. So as I said, right now we don't have a firm date, but the target date is October 2026, likely in Ottawa. Next slide, please. So we've been doing a lot of engagement with the little bit of information that we have right now. So we've had 3 virtual town hall sessions with chiefs across the country. I know some folks in this room have definitely been some of the folks that have been involved in that. And then we've been providing summary reports of those discussions, and they've been on our AFN website. We've also been having discussion at our AFN national forums, like we had a national forum on natural resources, on education, and so really just using any opportunity to hear from chiefs on kind of some direction on the meeting. Also our chiefs committees and also our AFN councils as well. Like today, the AFN is going out to some of the regional assemblies. I know that there's a lot that happens over June and July leading up to our annual General Assembly, so we're doing our best to attend those events in person and again, hear directly from chiefs. And as I said before, the AFN Annual General Assembly will be an important opportunity for regional caucuses, dialogue sessions, and plenary discussions. So again, we have our AGAs July 14th to 16th, and FMM planning will be central to the meeting because it is the opportunity to hear from all of our chiefs across the country. Next slide, please. So just kind of summarizing what we've heard so far through some of these meetings, here's a few themes that have emerged. Very clear direction that the FMM must be an ongoing dialogue rather than just a one-time event. We've heard, unity and focus agenda setting will increase the likelihood of concrete outcomes. We've heard from some of the chiefs that were involved in the Kelowna Accord and other kind of high-level discussions. They've given us some good guidance on how we can set up the meeting to be as effective as possible. That the FMM must address issues that cannot be resolved without all governments at the table. So far we've heard that there should be maybe a specific focus on those issues that are really the jurisdictional challenges where the provinces are the lead, but they punt the football to the feds to say they're responsible. And so there's those some of the issues we'd like to potentially have on the agenda, especially with the premiers there. Also, do not rush the planning on or First Nations engagement. So there was talk of having this meeting earlier in 2026, but we were saying that no, we need to have time to get out to talk to, again, in audiences like this and have the annual General Assembly to really come to ground on an agenda. And then certainly we've heard at every session that ceremony must be incorporated throughout the process, not just a small ceremony before, that it's a big part of the actual meeting. So we've heard that loud and clear. Next slide, please. So here, and again, this isn't trying to prescribe what you folks want to raise, but we just thought we'd put together some questions here to help with the discussion. And again, that's kind of what I'm here to hear from you, but some questions that we put together just to help with that is, what do you think are the top priorities for discussion at the FNFMM? Obviously, we're going to have to figure out a way to kind of focus on a few items rather than if there's too many agenda items, it might be hard to get to them all as part of the meeting. So again, hoping at the AGA we're able to kind of window that down to a few topics. What should we avoid or not discuss? That's one of the things that might be, you might have some thoughts on that. What outcomes would define a successful FNFMM? We've heard that too, is that a lot of discussion amongst chiefs about what's a realistic outcome? What are the things we can actually focus on, at least in an initial meeting? What process should guide the selection of regional representatives for an FNFMM? So that's, again, there's only a few chiefs that are going to likely be in the room, and so how do we determine that? You may, if you're at the annual or the Special Chiefs Assembly we had in December when the Prime Minister was there, all the regional caucuses happened at the lunchtime before he was there, and every region agreed to have one chief as the spokesperson to ask a question to the Prime Minister or to raise an issue. So there's a little bit of precedence for that, but I know this is a lot larger, and so, but there's going to have to be discussion at some point of like who's going to be in the room and how we determine that. And we certainly don't want to make it seem like the AFN's determining that. I think it needs to be done with leadership at the AGA. And then finally, what ceremonial and protocol elements must be included to ground the FNFMM? So those are just a few questions we thought were, kind of consistently asking chiefs when we're going to meetings across the country right now. But again, I'm here to just listen to kind of anything that any feedback you have as far as the agenda or representation or anything that you want to raise. And again, I should mention we'll likely be at the Chiefs of Ontario meeting a couple weeks from now, and then obviously the AGA as well. So today's not obviously your only day to have some feedback, and I'll leave my contact information if you want to have a specific conversation with me. Maybe you want to speak to the National Chief's Office. We can certainly arrange that as well. So I think I'll leave it there and stop taking time and just kind of want to hear from anybody that has any viewpoints. And I'll leave the questions up if they help with the discussion. Miigwech.
the sound of one hand clapping, that's what you heard. Thank you, Andrew. Awesome. Floor is open to the chiefs. If any questions, we have 4 areas. At least Andrew's provided 4 areas. Do we want to start with not to discuss? I'm just thinking we might have a large list of what might we discuss. But I open the floor.
And one thing I forgot to mention is that we do have a couple AFN staffers on the line as well, that they'll be taking notes to, again, take the feedback that you have today.
Go ahead, Joe. Chief Muskoka.
Thank you, Andrew, for making yourself available. I guess there's a long list of things. First of all, the agenda that's outlined by the AFN is not constitutional material. It's program. And it would be a waste of everybody's time to go there and simply talk about federal programming. This constitutional table, I'll remind everyone, requires 50% of the population of Canada with 7 provinces to make a constitutional amendment. And so you don't need that to change federal programming. What was left off is the question, does Section 35, by the endorsement of Treaty on Aboriginal Rights, include self-government? As Section 35(3) states, in effect, for greater certainty on subsection 1, which defines the existing rights of Aboriginal people that are affirmed, Section 35(3) says, for greater certainty, Section 1, subsection 1, includes modern treaty and rights that may be acquired by claim, land claim. For the past 40 years, we've been negotiating land claims, and the federal government consistently rejects the idea of placing self-government, self-determination, land rights issues within subsection 3, which then would clarify and affirm Section 35(1). So to deal with post-secondary education is a long ways away from those kind of discussions, clarifying Section 35(1) to include self-government, and then why not negotiate self-government or land rights or treaty rights within Section 35(3). We have to clarify the word existing, because the federal government has used the word existing for those rights that only existed at April 17th, 1982, when a constitution received royal assent by the Queen on the steps of Parliament. If the word existing doesn't mean anything, then why is it there? Because it simply clouds the issue of whether or not there's an affirmation of true Aboriginal title or treaty rights. So as law professor once told me, when you write a constitution, every word has a meaning. And it's near impossible to get words out of a constitution. So what does that definition mean? What does the word existing mean? When we talk about, there are several things. One is the process, and we got to keep these separate. We got to keep them separate because they'll bleed into each other. There's the process. It's a 2-day suggestion with 2-day preparation. We spent 7 years during the 80s through process and engagements with the Attorney Generals of Canada, going back and forth across this country and looking towards, expanding Section 35. And at the end of the day, we failed. And the reason that we failed was that there was disharmony amongst us, because we gave the provincial governments the opportunity to say the Indians can't get their act together, so they'll stay under the Indian Act. Now, if you think about that, then I know a lot of you weren't around at that time, but if you go back to those days and do the research, the main strategy for the AFN at the time, in the last conference, was to stop the premiers from removing Section 35 of the Constitution, the entire Section 35, because they had the numbers against us. What are we going to do if we show up and the provinces say, we don't want a revenue share, we don't want this distinct society amongst us? We said no to Quebec already. We want to remove Section 35. Alberta's there. Saskatchewan is there. I'm not so certain Ford isn't there. Because when they want to talk about natural resources, do you really think they want to share the money with us? Do you really think they want to share the jurisdiction with us? I don't think so. So at that last conference, we fought a real guard action. And a real guard action strategy was this: keep them occupied and keep them away from Section 35. And if you go back and look at the tapes, you'll see George Erasmus at the dying hour of the closing of the FMC said, you had the numbers and you failed to take us out. And now you'll always be left with us. So I think the strategy going in has to be two things. How do they advance the issues? And they have to be a small amount of issues. 1, 2 issues. That's it. In my belief, it should be land rights on treaty and Aboriginal rights. Existing could likely stay there on the sidelines for a while. But you're not going to get rid of the Métis out of the Constitution, so the whole discussion that we had about Métis, they're going to be there. We're going to have to deal with them just like the feds are going to have to deal with us. If we have a prolonged strategy, it's going to be how many years? What would the process be? What would it look like? And who's at the table? The AFN has the Confederacy of Nations that continues to exist within the Charter. It designates representation to the Confederacy of Nations by way of population. That's what we used before. Mm-hmm. You have to remember, we've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15. That's how many people are going to be allowed in the room. We have more at this table than's going to be allowed in the room. And not everyone is going to be spokespeople. And it's going to be, who do we designate from our proportionate share of the Confederacy, who would we designate from Ontario? Because no one has the right to speak for Ontario, but Ontario. And then we have to rotate between the 4 PTOs and the independents. That in itself is a hard number to get to, just internally. I think that, I think we're way late, quite truthfully. I think we should do nothing more than argue for agendas and an ongoing process and engagement with First Nation communities, our membership. But at the end of the day, we have to understand this also. We have to invest in ourselves. It's our rights. We can't be the beggar on the street corner asking the feds to pay us to clarify what our rights are. We need that engagement amongst ourselves, and if it takes costing us money, it costs us money. There are a lot of First Nations that went to the FMCs on their own dime. There were a lot of people that showed up at those conferences on their own expense. And weren't expecting per diems or travel allowances or getting rooms paid for or meal allowances. It's going to be the same thing again. You have to get ready for the press. What do we start pumping out now to say this is what we want? Let's take issue of the discovery, the doctrine of discovery. That established the whole framework of law. Do we want to remove the whole concept of the doctrine of discovery? What about the land issue? As long as you have the underpinning theory of the land was vacant and it was there for the taking. That's what originally took our land. Terra nullius, the underpinning theory of taking Aboriginal land from First Nation people because they didn't look like us, or they didn't talk like us, or they didn't have our cross and our religion. Those are the underpinning principles of this country. If we maintain those underpinning principles, then we've agreed that the land was vacant, and we agree that there was the doctrine of discovery, that anybody could come and take our land. Those are the hardcore principles. If we're going to change the way the Constitution Act is reflected on First Nation people, Aboriginal people in Canada, those are the underpinning issues. Even the Pope refuses to change those doctrines. Because the Pope refuses to change the doctrine doesn't mean to say the country has to accept the doctrine. So I think we're way undershooting the value. And we have to remember, at this point in time, and who knows how long before the window closes, we have the majority of Canadians on our side. They want to see justice. So how do you put the message out that we're here not to dominate Canada? We're here to be a treaty partner, but we want justice. So what's the message? What's the message that we take to them? What's the process that we take to them? What's the media strategy? Those are really complicated things, and we're not going to get it done before October. So in my view, you hold a line, You press for an ongoing process and talk about there's not enough time, and then begin to refine what the agenda is. Use diversion if you have to. I hope I'm not online, by the way. Well, then put it out there. That, you know, there's got to be a way that we have to demonstrate to Canadians that we're serious, we're honest people, we want justice, and the time is now. Miigwech.
Well, Chief. Other thought? Deputy? No. Any more questions or thoughts for our guest? Sorry, I can't see.
Chief Kelly LaRocca.
Oh,
Mr.
Chair,
God
there he
First
is.
Nation. No, it's all good. I just wanted to say, Joe's comments really made a lot of sense to me, and I didn't realize that this is a historic opportunity, really, this meeting, if we make it as such, and I think we ought to treat it as such, and I totally agree with your comments of keeping the agenda short and aiming high, so to speak, to look at the prospect of governance and constitutional reform.
Thank you, Chief. Any other thoughts? Regional Chief Smoke.
Okay, thank you. I believe that the agenda for the First Minister's meeting no doubt has to move beyond programs and funding formulas and service delivery. Those issues are important, but that's not the, those issues are important, but those aren't the foundation of our relationship. Okay, got it? Okay, I got it. Those issues are important, but those aren't the foundation of our relationship with Canada. What stands out to me is that we have unfinished work to do from Section 35, and it's been more than 40 years since the Constitution was repatriated, and those 3 First Ministers' meetings that were held after that were meant to work on those Section 35 rights. And the First Minister's meeting that we had after 1982, we were able to put Section 35(3) in the Constitution, that and that back then that amendment came from the James Bay Crees of Quebec at the time. They are the only ones who had a modern land claims agreement. There was no other agreements or self-government agreements or anything else at the time. And it was very important to have that document protected constitutionally, because the history behind that was that that James Bay Agreement was essentially a contract between Canada, Quebec, the Cree, the Inuit, and Hydro-Quebec and the James Bay Energy Development Corporation. And the argument, this was also at a time when Premier Lévesque refused to come to the table, and the discussions at that time were that we ended up, I was working with the Cree at the time, and we ended up convincing Premier Lévesque to come to the First Minister's Conference. He came there, he said nothing, but he gave that chair, that second chair, to the First Nations Inuit in Quebec to be able to speak, because in another private session, the message was very clear that if you don't have constitutional protection for the James Bay and Northern Quebec Agreement, this is simply a contract. And if you breach the contract, everything is off the table. You no longer have access to the north to build your project of the century or a smaller version of it. So that was the impetus behind Section 35.3. And I want to say that there were many things that First Nations wanted to address, but we had to be very strategic. Yes, thank you for that. We had to be very strategic on what was doable in those over those 3 First Ministers conferences. And when you think of, it took us 3 conferences to get, we had that first amendment there, that 35.3 in the first one. We couldn't come to any decisions with Canada and the provinces on the second and third First Ministers conferences, and that's where the unfinished business is. And during those processes, I agree with Chief Muskokeman that we're late in the game here. This was announced in December. It's now June, and 6 months have passed. There hasn't, to my knowledge, been any conversations with anyone who was involved directly in the First Ministers' conferences back in the 1980s. That's over 40 years ago. And we had ongoing working groups dealing with specific issues. We had a constitutional working group. We had a legal team that was working together to put together dealing with the amendments to the Constitution. And just for that one section, those few words, that took an awful lot of people to be able to be sitting around the table with Department of Justice and with Department of Justice officials from the provinces as well to come to that agreement. So when we're looking at going to a First Ministers Conference, right now we have provinces and talking about that we shouldn't have rights, that we shouldn't have any kind of recognition, or that we have too many rights. There is nothing stopping any of those provinces from coming to the table and say that we want to, well, we already know that they, as much as they can, they want to eliminate whatever they can of our rights. But we're in a very dangerous time here right now. We cannot be wasting time talking about programs, whether it's education, federal, provincial delivery services, or health. We need to be talking about our rights, and we need to pick up on that unfinished business from 1987, I believe, was the last First Ministers Conference. That's where the starting point is. It isn't, it isn't today, and it's 1987 is where we need to go back and see what was left off. Miigwech.
Thank you, Regional Chief. Other thoughts? Other thoughts or comments before I go to the Grand Chief? Yes, Chief Stevens.
Just one quick one, spinning off from Chief Muskokeman. I think we should be specific in our request for our self-governance, perhaps noting that we want our own, the third level of government. We want to have our own level of government. That would be with the federal level of government. As it is now, sometimes we're almost treated like a municipality, and if we were to push for that third level of governance, that would help to move us forward with our own self-governance.
Thank you, Chief. Other comments before I go to the Grand Chief? Grand Chief.
Miigwech, nice to see you, Andrew. I missed your entire presentation, and I wholeheartedly support the comments by our leadership. Clearly, I believe, you know, even from 1987 up until now, the Anishinaabe Nation as a whole has had significant strength and leadership that has, you know, impacted the lives of nations across this country as a result of the leadership and advocacy over time. So I agree with them. I've been listening to the town halls as well. And the government has done a good job to help train our nations and thinking about just programs. And I think that's part of what has come out of the town hall meetings. So maybe not going to speak so much to your questions, but I think generally, the Assembly of First Nations has gone down several different paths, and it's really about getting back to our nations, getting back to their rights. And I respect the fact that, you know, you're a very new CEO, and I do know Andrew personally, and I do know that he wants the best for all nations. And I also know he's a keener as well. So he really truly is understanding what is being said in this room today. So I will vouch for that for Andrew. The challenge then becomes the executive. I'm not gonna be dishonest about that. We heard from our Ontario Regional Chief yesterday that at times it can be a very probably turbulent place, and perhaps not really focused as advocates to our nations, and perhaps at times acting like the state representative, which we all know that the rights holders in this room are all of you. And I get that having over 600 nations across this country, consensus or, you know, representation is challenging. But also that process that we've seen the AFN evolve into is that it almost mirrors the Canadian government. And that's not ours. That's not ours at all. And I appreciate the restructuring that I've been seeing generally, working to get out of that kind of system. And I know there's a lot of work to go, and I know you have to be, I guess, your bosses, the executive, the national chief, that might be difficult. So that being said, in your work as the CEO, you know, managing staff, they too have to be careful as to what they say with government officials. Because what I am seeing right now is that, even as recent, I shared this with our assembly on day one, the Senate is really relying on AFN resolutions. And I know that a lot of these resolutions are pre-baked by staff and some who don't have that relationship nationally. The effort hasn't been made to look at a space of consensus on a particular topic. Instead, we see ourselves chasing, you know, we're in that cycle of chasing an opportunity, chasing a fund, chasing instead of building. And I've listened to Regional Chief Smoke, and I think Mary Laurent is in the room. There she is, wave. I would recommend you go speak to that woman or make some time to speak to Mary. She was also in those rooms. And she holds a lot of knowledge too about exactly what Regional Chief Smoke was talking about from a very technical perspective, a very well-read and technical perspective. And so I guess the point is that the AFN has to be very cognizant about how they are shaping the lives of our nations, how they are shaping the veins for our chiefs. And that's where we have to be careful. We really do have to be careful. In the Senate, it was almost embarrassing that one of the senators, you know, outrightly said, and this is public, well, I'm an Alberta senator, and Alberta generally disagrees with the AFN all the time, so I'm opposing this, right? And I think that when that's coming from these decision makers or recommending bodies, that becomes problematic for all the rest of our nations and citizens. So I know I work with Chief Muskokoman a lot. He speaks about that history and, listening to the town hall events. And I appreciate all of those people who were panelists, but I don't know if they were the correct ones for this conversation. The correct ones to offer a perspective that supports leadership versus technical, right? People who have been in these spaces. And there are still some living amongst us across this country who were in those spaces. And I think just generally, like I said, Canada has done a good job in brainwashing us in a way that we're so dependent that the engagements have been all program-based. So things like source water would be a good thing to talk about, things like that where we find our nations in between a provincial and federal lens. And then the other thing is, I've been hearing from a lot of leadership that our national chief needs to make stronger statements in support of our nations. Stronger statements to support our nations and their citizens. That's being constructive. A leader was elected to help stand up and advocate, show that strength even in the most turbulent times, but also that calmness, that trust, that we have a leader that will say the things that need to be said in a respectful way to the government. And we have to stop at the Assembly of First Nations suggesting carve-outs. We have to come from a strengths-based perspective. I think about Chief Muskokoman's Sovereign Wealth Fund. That's a strength-based perspective. That's a strength-based idea rooted from our nations, from our people, to build more for our people. And I know I put out a public statement when, they announced, in Ontario, a type of sovereign wealth fund, but the sovereign wealth idea from Canada. I tell people that came from Chief Joe Muskokoman from the Anishinaabe Nation. They stole his idea. Mark Carney stole his idea. And I think that's what's missing, or something we can strive to. But I do know you have your hands full. Do recognize the changes over time, and that takes time. But it's really about getting to the core. What was the spirit and intent of, why did the National Indian Brotherhood come to be? What was the spirit and intent of the Assembly of First Nations? And even beyond that, one of the other questions is, when do they invoke the Confederacy of Nations? Why isn't that the model being used to and for the participants in the First Minister's meeting? And I believe that that space, with all due respect, is not for our Ontario Regional Chief. It's not for me as our Grand Council Chief. It's about lifting up and empowering our leadership, our leaders in community, and supporting them and having them have those conversations about strategy. And we facilitate that. And we don't agree to things like, well, we only want 4 representatives from each region. Well, already in Prince Edward Island, that's a disservice to our nations here in Ontario. It's not fair. It's equal, but it's not fair, nor is it equitable. So I just wanted to offer those additional comments, perhaps related to this, perhaps related to how the Assembly works. And sometimes we have to go back to the history of, why was this established? Evolution always happens, but if we take a left-hand turn when we're supposed to take a right-hand turn, there's always a way to get back to the correct road. And perhaps then our own people wouldn't be as hard on our nations as they are, or our advocacy and support organizations or advocacy and support bodies. It's about uniting, it's about empowering, and it's about supporting our leadership in the opportunities, stronger opportunities, not program policy-based, which keeps us all in poverty, but where, you know, we continue to lift them up. So, miigwech, Andrew.
Miigwech.
Andrew, a couple of moments to reply.
Yeah, just really appreciate the discussion. I took a lot of good notes, and I'm going to make sure I work with the National Chiefs Office and others to reach out to you folks directly. And I think it's been really valuable, and it's a fair point to say the folks that were involved in the the 1980s and those constitution discussions haven't been actively involved, and so we need to do better. And I know we did talk about those programs and services as one of the virtual town halls, but we've heard loud and clear from chiefs that that's not really the direction they're seeking, so we're kind of stepping back from that, and so this is really helpful. And I'll leave my card for Mary Lalonde as well, and again, we'll do our best to AFN, I feel immense privilege to be in the role that I'm in, but at the same time, there's a lot of challenges, and we have to make the AFN better. I'm from a community as well, and I can see some of the frustrations out there at the AFN, and so we're doing our best to push it back to where it should be, and feedback like I'm receiving today is really helpful in that. So I really appreciate that, and I'll be reaching out to you folks directly, some of the folks that raised these issues today, and make sure that you're involved in the planning for sure. So. Miigwech for the time today.
We'd like to offer and extend our thanks to Andrew for attending. We understand the National Chief is visiting the King and couldn't attend, but we had our own King here to visit us today, so we're not really missing out on much, but hopefully she has a good visit with the King. But we do thank Andrew for attending. Miigwech.
We do have a couple of items on our agenda, and then I would like to move to resolutions to see if we can complete the resolutions we have on our table. We do have a conversation around, which is a continuation of our conversation right now, which is the First Minister's meeting around national priorities. We do have the Southwest Regional Chief, Joe Muskokumam, who has a presentation, I believe, for us, or we just did it? Okay, we're right on. So our next agenda item, so Chief Muskokumam has said he pretty much presented what he had to say during our session with AFN. So we'll go to our next agenda item, which is really around former Bill C-61, First Nations water legislation. And I believe our Grand Council Chief is leading this conversation.
Miigwech. I will be quick. Most of you know I've been working on this water legislation file for a very long time. At the December Assembly of First Nations gathering, the Prime Minister announced that the legislation would come in the spring. Since then, we've been tracking how this is tracking in a way, meaning trying to have discussions as to where this thing is going, what it's going to look like, because in our view, there was an immense amount of work that was put into it, and a piece of legislation respecting the right to water for our nations, but as well talking about transboundary water as well as in addition to source water protection. And so this resolution is really in support of all the work that we've done so far. It also speaks to what we've been hearing is that this legislation is going to be gutted in a way, and I wanted to focus specifically on the source water aspect, the transboundary approach. I'm hearing that the government is now wanting to treat water as a security issue. There are UN reports out there that talk about water security. And I believe that our nations have been standing strong, especially in particular within the Anishinaabe Nation, which completely is in the Great Lakes watershed, that none of our nations ever ceded the water. And so what I'm hearing is that source water is being gutted out of this legislation the basic human right to water is being gutted out, and we're not sure what else is being gutted out at this time. Instead, what they're going to do is try to convince our nations that source water protection doesn't belong in this type of legislation, but belongs on a more national level and provincial level. Again, cutting out the nations. So this is the resolution before you is an anticipation of those changes. There's been no engagement whatsoever on any of these potential changes. We suspect that this piece of legislation will be introduced on June 19th, just before the House of Commons rises for the summer. So let's introduce a piece of legislation. People will forget about it by the fall, and we'll continue on with business. So this resolution is intended to anticipate that, but what it also does is to make sure that we at the Anishinaabe Nation are reporting immediately to you on what is going on with this legislation, as it will impact you because it was drinking water and wastewater. And the other piece to it is to seek funding to support your nations to participate in the processes, whatever they may be. And I don't know what that is, because the last few rounds have been largely done by Chiefs of Ontario, and not all nations were represented at those engagement sessions. It was a lot of, working directly with chiefs who are reaching out. What does this mean? How come we weren't consulted? So we can't let Canada off the hook on cheaping out on their responsibility in their duty to consult our nation. So that's really what it is. And to continue, and then really to demand that Canada introduce the First Nations drinking water legislation basically as it was written after it came from committee back in December. So, miigwech.
Thank you, Grand Chief. We will bring the resolutions to the floor. We have an order, and I know that our resolutions table will freak out if I change the order. So we'll just want to make sure we have a good conversation about the water before we bring the legislation or the resolution to the floor. Any other thoughts or comments specifically around the former Bill 61 and the First Nations water legislation? And we will bring the resolution for further discussion. Chief Simpson.
Thank you, Chief Tanner Simpson, Alderville First Nation. So I think that this resolution basically speaks for itself. We want to see Bill C-61 basically just revived in its unmolested form, where there were the new bill or whatever they're going to be proposing. We don't want that to be watered down. There was a lot of consultation and effort that went into creating Bill C-61, so we want to ensure that that doesn't get lost in the retranslation of what was going on. We know that clean drinking water is life. It's something that we don't take for granted. It should be a human right, and it's something that we want to ensure that the federal government also places a big deal onto and owes it the necessary legislation that it deserves. So just to be the short of it, that's basically what this resolution is about. Miigwech.
Thank you, Chief. Any other thoughts? No other thoughts on this one? All right, we'll move into resolutions, of which we'll eventually get to the resolution on water. But like I said, I don't want to freak out my resolutions table here and go in the order that they have been presented to me. Well, we'll get to it definitely, Chief Simpson. We can speak to it again once we get to the resolution. Thank you. Yep.
So before I auction off that bag, I thought I would start with this resolution for additions to redesign, report, the ATR, and the ATR time reduction. Let me say that over again. Additions to reserve, redesign report and ATR time reduction analysis based on redesign. Our mover is Chief Stevens, and our seconder is Chief Duquette. Chief Stevens, would you like to speak to this?
I can briefly, and I know that legal counsel Fred Belfay had some other words to say. But just to update everyone that we recently at Nipissing, we just got our ministerial order for our ATR. It took like 30 years, which is, I guess, for some other communities, it's probably very similar in their timeline. But it's been a long process, and you know, the concern too is that you hear of other jurisdictions where their process is expedited in lightning speed compared to the 30 years that we have to endure. So I think if there was a shortened process that was more realistic to meet the needs of the nation, you know, some nations, you know, when we started ours, we were not as large in our population as we are now, and we're actually feeling like we're outgrowing our boundaries pre-ATR. So this is a welcomed ATR approval, but I would imagine there's some communities, you know, they're far more cramped in their confines of their ATR, their reserve boundaries. So it's a shame that we're having to wait this long when you know, when the lands were taken up from us. Some situations it was overnight. It would be nice to have them returned in an expedited fashion, as if they were to be returned at the same speed they had taken them. So, you know, it sort of, you know, reminds me of when you go to, these days when you use those point of sale machines, they say, you know, they take your money at lightning speed, and then they say, well, now that you have to return your money, it's going to take you, it'll take 7 banking days. It's like, well, you took it so quickly. I feel the same with the ATR process, not to minimize it or reduce the importance, but you know, there's so many things that are important for First Nations, and the land and the water are certainly things that that create who we are. So I think the additions to reserve is an important matter, and I think it touches on many of our communities, and for it to be done in a more timely fashion, something that's realistic to meet the needs, would do justice to the nations, and we'd be able to, you know, secure lands for our housing, take advantage of our own resources, our own harvesting areas. So I think it's something that is vital to all of us. And I think Fred might have something else to add on that.
He said you did a pretty good job. Okay, Chief Duquette, did you want to speak to this?
Yes, and thank you, Gimakwe. Just to note, as part of the Lands Advisory Board, and we do have Chief Kelly LaRocca that's a board member with myself in the Eastern Regions. Recently, we did provide 9 recommendations for the review or the whole revamp of the ATR process. I just want to ensure that all the land areas, whether you're RLAP, RLEM 5360 in the Land Code Framework Agreement or self-government are looked at. So we're not just narrowing what the ATR process, because many nations around the table are in different land regimes or in sectoral areas. So I just want to show that whether the Anishinaabe Nation can also be that coordinating body for those other developments, because not every First Nation is at the same level or the same authority in land. So I do support. I feel for all the First Nations that are going through ATR, because it's way too long. It shouldn't even take this long. So I just want to ensure that all land regimes are looked at when we do it.
Miigwech, Chief. Do I have anyone else that would like to speak to this on the floor? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to read the therefore be it resolved. Section number 1 is direct Canada immediately release the revised ATR redesign policy and directive and report, even if it's still in draft form, and the Grand Chief to advocate for this release. Number 2, direct Canada to release their anticipated ATR time reductions analysis based on the redesign, or if not done, for the Grand Chief to advocate for Canada to create an ATR time delay reduction analysis or projection based on the redesign. 3, direct Canada to re-engage with Anishinaabe First Nations on the draft of the ATR redesign policy and directive with sufficient time to be meaningful, consulted with timelines that are respective of all parties, and that the Grand Council Chief advocate for this. 4, direct the Anishinaabe Nation to review, analyze, and make recommendations on the ATR released redesign documents. And finally, 5, direct Ontario government to work with Canada and the Anishinaabe First Nations on reducing the timeline and barriers to the ATR process, and Grand Council Chief to advocate for Ontario to work with Canada and the Anishinaabe First Nations
Our co-chair brings it to the floor. I just want to make sure that the resolution addresses Chief Duquette's concerns.
It does. It's just because it shows that they're advocating for all nations within the Anishinaabe Nation, so it would encompass whoever's in other levels or tiers, or however you want to call it, whether it's sectoral or different land regimes.
Okay, thank you. Miigwech.
So that's covered in number 4, is what I understood. Okay. Do we have anyone opposed to this resolution? Seeing none, do we have any abstentions from this resolution? Anyone online? Okay. No opposed online? Okay. That being said, this motion is carried. Miigwech. The next item I'm going to bring forward is advocacy affirming First Nations rights to access, control, and stewardship of records held by the religious institutions and archives. The mover is Chief Pavela, and the seconder is Tainer Simpson. And I'm seeing him through the feathers over here. Chief Pavela, did you want to speak to this?
Hi. Not myself, but I'd like to ask Kelsey Anger to speak to it, please.
Kelsey? You can sit there if you'd like.
All right. Everyone can hear me? Okay. Hi, everyone. Ani Kinoea. I'm the director of the Reconciliation Department here at Anishinaabe Nation. And I've been working with Chief on a couple issues pertaining to genealogy and family research and reclamation of the histories that have been stolen from communities. And some of the issues that we've run into is accessing records that are held by religious archives, religious institutions. So these can be churches or religious affiliates. And this resolution is pertaining to that and ensuring that First Nations have that type of access. And I want to preface it with, it's not to vilify the church in any way. It's not to create a point of contention. We recognize that a lot of communities do still hold those values very close. But it instead is about asserting the OCAP principles and UNDRIP principles to ensure access. So as all folks in this room are aware, the missionaries that came to Turtle Island were notorious for documenting everything that they did. They're some of the first written records that we have, and a lot of these sacramental records, so those are baptisms, marriage, burials, those are held within church archives. And what it means is that these churches and these institutions are the stewards of these records, and they're determining who has access to them, who can't have access to them, what gets done with them, who retains them. And this is obviously problematic, right? So there are mechanisms in place to access records that are held by government institutions, ministries, provinces, municipalities. You can do an access to information request, right, an ATIP request. This cannot be done with churches, and that's a gap in the legislation. So you'll see one of the recommendations that comes from this resolution is the advocacy to include a mechanism within the law to ensure that there is that accountability and that we can use privacy legislation to compel these churches to provide your information back to you. So as a lot of bands are starting to, examine their histories, looking at reclamation of language, of families, looking to bring back those that have been lost, the value that's within these religious archives and institutions is really something I can't even quantify. Like we don't know what's within these, and we can't even comprehend how valuable that could be for yourselves. So this resolution is directing Anishinaabeg Nation, my department, to advocate for these organizations to align themselves with OCAP principles, with UNDRIP principles, and advocating for Canada create legislation, as well as requesting Canada devote resources to allow your communities to begin this work of initiating conversations, repatriating, storing, and becoming the rightful stewards of these records. So, miigwech, Chief, for letting me speak.
Miigwech, Kelsey. Chief Tainer, did you want to speak to this?
Yes, Chief Simpson, Alderville First Nation. Thank you, Kelsey, for bringing this issue forward. This is something that I've been working on for a long time. There are a number of churches, different denominations that are involved in holding the current records. Some have developed very straightforward record sharing agreements. Some have put towards reconciliation and are trying to undo the harms caused. And other ones, other specific churches, do want to hold on to these records for whatever reason. So we do need this combined action to ensure across the board that we can access these records, including the ones that are still in the Vatican held by the Roman Catholic Church. So we just want to ensure that those records are held by the people who they were about. And this is the gist of what we're looking at. That's it. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief. Would anyone else like to speak to this on the floor? Chief Williams?
Miigwech, Chief Williams. I wholeheartedly support this motion, this resolution. One of the things that we deal with as First Nation people is our identity, and a lot of our members are still traumatized because they don't know where they come from. And they've been told this and they've been told that. But I do believe that religious organizations do hold information that will assist us in working with our community members to identify family, lineage, historical issues and facts related to our own First Nations. So I think this is important work that, as I indicated, wholeheartedly support.
Miigwech, Chief. Regional Chief Hardy.
Yeah, good afternoon. Just a reminder, all this came about, it was the chief, she had to go through while being part of her process, their band recognition. They have a new bishop in Thunder Bay, and I sit beside him on the board. And when I had the discussion with him, it wasn't about if there was it was a yes or no. He was so new, and the chiefs know it probably takes you about 3 years before you finally get to run things. Well, it's the same thing with his bishop. And for him, in the discussion internally at his job, his reception, they said they probably want to sue us. Why they want that information? Not taking into consideration the letters that were sent to the bishop. So this is tells of how people really look at First Nations, especially when we're trying to legitimize ourselves, so to speak. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Do I have anyone else that wants to speak to this? Seeing none, I'm going to start the whereas, therefore be it resolved. Assert that our records held by religious archives are be governed by the First Nations in accordance with the OCAP principles. 2, direct the Anishinaabe Nation to immediately advocate for full and barrier-free access to all records relating to First Nations individuals, families, communities, and institutions. This includes advocating for a commitment to transparency regarding the existence, scope, and condition of all relevant records. 3, direct the Anishinaabe Nation to advocate for the enacting or amending of Canadian legislation, regulations, and policies to ensure the mandatory disclosure and access to records held by religious institutions. 4, direct the Anishinaabe Nation to advocate for funding to support the creation of a database to track institutional compliance with OCAP principles, UNDRIP, and the 94 calls to action, and report back to the Chiefs in Assembly at the Grand Council Assembly in 2027. And finally, 5, direct the Anishinaabe Nation to advocate for federal funding for the Anishinaabe Nation communities to support them in negotiating agreements with institutions regarding access, digitization, repatriation, and stewardship of these records. Do I have anyone opposed to this resolution? Do I have anyone abstaining from this resolution? Any online? Hearing none, this motion is carried. Miigwech. Okay, I'll do these 2. You can do the next 4. The next one is support for missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and people, MMIWG, MMIP, and the Human Trafficking Response Strategy. The mover is Chief Brissett, and the seconder is Chief Stevens. Chief Brissett, did you want to speak to this item? Go ahead.
So this resolution is to support the work being done on missing and murdered Indigenous women. So just being a woman chief in my community, we see that young women all over are facing this today. There's a lot of issues within our communities, and our young women are vulnerable and they're being trafficked and things like that. So I strongly support. Why do you keep hitting me? Strongly support this resolution, and I'm gonna let Chief Smoke elaborate on the topic of this resolution.
Go ahead, Regional Chief Smoke.
Chimigwech. Okay, I wanted to provide some background on this resolution. I'm actually taking up the space for Chief McLeod has asked that I speak to this. He's been involved in this this resolution. But the whole issue of missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and it's also, the resolution also needs to, will consider men and boys, because a lot of our men and boys have also been gone missing, and the ongoing crisis of human trafficking. For me, this is not simply another resolution on our agenda. This is personal. As development continues to increase across our territories, we must also recognize the heightened risks that come with it and take meaningful action to protect our people from human trafficking and exploitation. Like many First Nation families, my own family has been impacted by the tragedy of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. More than 20 years later, we still do not have the closure we deserve. We continue to carry unanswered questions and live with that loss every day. Unfortunately, our story is not unique. Across our territories, families are still searching for answers and justice while navigating systems that were never designed to support them. Despite years of funding for governments, commissions, inquiries, and national organizations, many grassroots families remain isolated and without the information, support, or advocacy they need. A concern I often hear is that families do not know where to turn to. There is no central place to access information, to connect with others facing similar challenges, or to receive help navigating these complex systems. Information exists, but it's not always accessible to those who need it the most. That's why this resolution matters. This initiative is being introduced by the Missinaba Cree Business Corporation, and although it's a business corporation that's doing this, the intent is to create a nonprofit organization that can work across the board, across the region, across the country, to have that place where our people, our families can have a reliable place to, and long-term, that will put the time and effort into looking for and finding those, finding our people, finding out what happened to them. So it builds something that is led by First Nations, it's family-centered, and it's action-oriented. And it's not meant to replace any existing organizations that are out there doing good work. I know even our own organization does some really good work when it comes to the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls file, but it's to address some of the gaps that continues to face families. So this organization, I'm encouraged that there is a strong governance structure being developed, and that respected First Nation leaders, including Regional Chief Scott McLeod, is committed to doing this work. Of course, we know that if it has to have the accountability, transparency, and family involvement to be essential to its success. And those are key points that Chief McLeod has highlighted, that it's got to be something that is credible out there to have any association with, to make sure that it's going to follow the intent of working with families on murdered, missing Indigenous women, girls, men, and boys. So most importantly, this initiative recognizes that survivors, families, grassroots people, elders, youth, and communities, our two-spirit, two-heart people, must be at the center of the response, and those living this reality deserve to be heard. So I know that everyone in this room probably knows of someone or a family or a community that has been affected by this crisis, and we also know that 6 years after the national inquiry for and the calls for justice for the murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls have remained unfulfilled. So this resolution is an opportunity to support a First Nations-led initiative that strengthens that family support that's long overdue and long needed. We've had we've seen many forums in the past. RCMP has done a study, Native Women's Association of Canada has done a study and collected information. We have other regional organizations that have done that work, but everything falls off the radar when the funding from government dries up. And this organization is prepared to go the full mile to do this work and not have a sunset time that it's only for 2 years funding or anything like that. This is a private initiative that's meant as a nonprofit, and I wanted to share those remarks on behalf of Regional Chief McLeod. Chimigwaj.
Thank you, Regional Chief. Chief Brissett.
I just wanted to ask for a friendly amendment to add men's and boys within the, let it be said, number 1.
Okay. We have the wording, make sure we have it there by our resolutions committee. Whereas our women and women, girls, men and boys.
Yes.
So where it says MMIP, we'll do MMIMB, men and boys. Are you okay with that amendment, friendly amendment?
And
MB, yeah, it'll be the 3 acronyms.
Men and boys to include somewhere.
Women and girls.
Men and
And
boys.
murdered and missing women, murdered and missing Indigenous men and boys. And then the other acronym in there is human trafficking, the HT. So
Oh, that's
those
what
3 acronyms together are what are in your packages.
Are the mover and seconder okay with those 2 amendments?
So we're going to take out the MMIP and make it an MMIMB, correct?
MMIWGMB. MMIWGMB.
Just add to the MMIWGC
G.
and add MB. Okay, thank you.
I just want to make a other comment too. The term MMIWG is a term that's has been collectively used over several years for Indigenous. I want to ask the mover and the seconder if we should make that specific to First Nations. It's only because I have been promoting that I don't like that word Indigenous for a long time, but if it's appropriate here, or if we go with First Nations. So it's.
So question and mover, are you okay with that, to change it, take out Indigenous and make it First Nations?
yes, I'm all right with that amendment.
Kathy, are you okay with that? Chief Stevens, are you okay with that?
I think I'm okay with that.
You want it different? Do you want?
So the acronym will now read MMFNWG and sorry, it'll be, let me do that again. It'll be MMFNWGMB.
Let's add a letter just for fun. We have a
Question on the floor?
question online.
And a question online. Can I go online first and then we'll hit the floor? Go ahead online.
There goes Marcia. Hi.
Hi everyone, I'm Marlon Renee from Boulder. I am Foxy proxy for Chief Duran Fendi. I'm just wondering if I could present or suggest a friendly amendment to number 1, where it says, whereas our women and girls are foundational to First Nation society, can we say something along the lines of the women and girls of our nation is foundational to society or something like that, where we can take out the R? When we say our women and our girls implies ownership, and it kind of convolutes what we're trying to say, and so I just think it's a little bit of a wording that might make it a little bit stronger and less discriminatory.
So the friendly amendment is whereas the women and girls and men and boys are foundationally to First Nation society. Is that what I'm hearing you say, Marla?
Yes.
Are you okay with that, mover, Chief Brissett? Are you okay with that, Chief Stevens?
Well, we're having a little bit of a, a discussion.
Go ahead, Proxy Grenier, go ahead.
So I was speaking with Gemma, and we're throwing around terms Indigenous, First Nations. These are all colonial terms. And what we're talking about is Anishinaabe men and women. So personally, I feel we should get rid of the colonial term and put Anishinaabe. And that's who we are. We should be recognizing ourselves as that, not using First Nations and Indigenous, which really undermines who we are.
Marcia, are you okay with that amendment?
It's not my resolution, but I'm fine with it.
You requested First
I was just
Nations,
speaking
so-
to it.
Yeah. The mover and seconder, we are okay with Anishinaabe?
I think the original papers that I received on the resolution, it identified some of the, there was more acronyms there that were a little more suitable. Like, I'm not saying that that Anishinaabe should not be in there, but I don't know what happened to the ones to the population of our people that are. I'm looking for it here, but the ones that don't identify with a specific gender, you know, we may have a trans youth that's out there that may you know, from first look might look like a female, but is actually a male, or vice versa. So you know, they're not identifying as a boy or a girl or a man or a woman. So just to be respectful of that they are probably the ones that are probably the most to be on this list.
On this list. Proxy Grenier, go ahead. Did you want to add some acronyms to that?
Actually, I was thinking of kind of getting rid of all the acronyms and just put Dimbindadzwad, which basically means those who belong. So it represents all of us, regardless of gender or identity.
Okay. And how do you spell it? Okay, mover and seconder, are you in agreement with calling it the, how did you say that?
Gemma?
Yes. Edbendadzic.
Okay, I do know Endobendongic.
So if I get it right, it would be the acronyms would be missing and murdered Edbendadzic.
Yes.
Of the Anishinaabe Nation?
Yep, of the Anishinaabe
Okay.
Nation, yep.
I think it covers it.
I think that covers it. Everyone is in agreement? No other questions on the floor? I know we had a question over here after. Okay, go ahead, Chief.
I just wondered, I don't want to split hairs, but number 6 of the whereas, I was thinking you could add a number 7 and to say something along the lines of, whereas urban and rural, Indigenous and First Nations persons living along the 401 industrial corridor are also at increased risk of human trafficking incidents, because they are, like policing has been particularly targeted for increased funding around human trafficking enforcement along that 401 corridor. And if the focus of Missinaba Cree is to try and hit up industry, well, we know of plenty of industry along that corridor as well. And I think it's worth noting in the resolution, like our police service referred to as to Durham Region as the human trafficking capital of Canada. I don't know that that is in fact the case, but it was. I found that to be an interesting note on their behalf. But so, if I may suggest that we make reference to that to liven that point. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Proxy Sherry, with an I.
Just to add to that, they say that it's all the 400s. So the 400, 401, 402, 403, all the 400s is like a series of saying.
Absolutely.
So mover, are you okay with that friendly amendment? They're looking at the beginning, the first whereas in number 7, after number 7. Chief LaRocca, is it after number 7 at a bottom line that you're looking at?
Sorry, could you repeat that? I was just
okay
conferring with a colleague.
The friendly amendment, are you looking for it to be on the second page after number 7 to add in all the highway 400s?
Yeah, I was thinking we could add it after number 6 and just call it the new number 7 and say urban and rural Indigenous and First Nations persons residing along the 400 series highways, as has been suggested, are at increased risk of human trafficking incidents as well.
But just to clarify, that's on the, after the 6 whereas, right?
Yes.
Yes, not under the action items. It's right after the one that talks about the Ring of Fire.
Page 2.
On the whereas.
Yeah.
And
so your number 7 would
it'll be a new
become
number
all
7.
the 400s. Your 7 would become an 8. Your 8 would become a 9. Is that the friendly amendment I'm hearing?
Yeah.
Sorry, I was talking to Grand Chief.
So number 6 would stay the same. We'd add in a number 7. Your number 7 would become number 8. Your number 8 would become a 9. And number 7, you would say whereas
urban and rural Indigenous and First Nations persons along the 400 series highways are also at increased risk of human trafficking incidents and violence, or if you want to call it that. Yes, I'm having someone wanting to steal the mic or my resolution. Here we go.
Okay, so we're going to have the resolution team fix the wording for that for number 6 and number 7. If we're okay with number 6 and 7 going forward, are there any changes to the whereas for the therefore be it resolved? I mean, because we changed the first therefore be it resolved. Chief Solomon, you had
I don't know. I don't know if this is appropriate, but I'd like to offer an opportunity for somebody to speak to these add-on matters.
Nana Bajoga Kanoia, Kiwetani Kamikanak Nandishnakas, Makwando Dam, Bigtagan Nishnabe and Donjaba, Neen Nishmanadoa Nishnabe and the Ne. My name is Joshua Leclerc. I'm from Bear Clan. I'm from Bigtagan Nishnabe. I am joining this circle at the Two Spirit, Two Heart Council. And I'm just having a little hard time listening to this conversation, being a resident in the city of Thunder Bay, We're talking about who has it worse. Well, I don't think we should be having that conversation. 6 Indigenous people have gone missing in this city in the last 2 months. So how does Thunder Bay join this conversation? And we're hearing about economic development. When these mining camps and construction camps come to our communities, near communities, our women and girls go missing. Our two-spirit and queer men go missing. Our vulnerable go missing. So I want you to also realize we are facing this very issue in this city. Youth and children show up dead in our rivers. Women, men. If you are from this city, you have seen week after week for the last 2 months of a missing Native person. So I just wanted to share that with this conversation because again, being in the north, so much gets directed to the south. I'm not familiar with the 400 experience, but I can speak to the Thunder Bay experience. So miigwech, Chief Solomon, for allowing me to take your seat. Anyway.
If I could, I'd like to share some thoughts. Chimigwech to the young man who had the courage to come into our circle. Chimigwech for your words. Perhaps I might offer that this resolution may be premature for today. And why I say that, it's written in a way
I don't think it was premature.
that might be overpowering, where we haven't had the conversations with our people. I'm not trying to delay it and weaponize duty to consult and all that stuff. What I am saying is, you know, if you look at be it acted upon, number 7, and call upon the police services, then in the same sense as demand that Indigenous police services, the Ontario Provincial Police and Royal Canadian Mounted Police, municipal, regional, and public safety agencies strengthen collaboration with Indigenous-led MMIPHT response. When this thing doesn't exist yet, I think this outlines an entire strategy from beginning to end, and we're having some really good conversations, we're having really good feedback, but perhaps may I offer that it might be a little premature for here. The next step to that then, well, does this entity feel that, well, if we're not going to get it here, we're just going to go to Chiefs of Ontario, then it becomes that conversation there. Perhaps maybe what I would offer is that our teams take a look at this, our missing and murdered Indigenous team, our perhaps also our nation councils, and perhaps a conversation with our First Nations police services before we undermine that. I'm not saying this work isn't important, but to me it feels like a business case without the humanness aspect. And I do understand the importance 100%. I do know that there are many, many cold case files that police services don't have the funds necessary to continue to review them or follow up. Passing this today, I don't think is going to change that, to be honest. But perhaps we can offer, if this is a support and partnership resolution where they're asking our nation to do some of this work, I think we ought to take care of our relationships we have right now and not be so demandy, because I don't believe we have that jurisdiction or right to demand our police services, who are governed by our nations, to their respective commissions and boards. But perhaps they could also offer some insight into this as well, because our police services are also underfunded. So what does that look like? And I do know that oftentimes when non-First Nation police services investigate these very things, you know, sometimes they aren't taken as good care of. Perhaps that's the idea around this. But I think, you know, language is important. Connections is important. Accountability is important, especially when someone who is missing is one of our loved ones or an Edibendadzijik of our nation. So I just wanted to offer those thoughts. Maybe even perhaps we work on something overnight and propose something tomorrow. I don't know. This is up to you as chiefs, but I'm hearing a lot of discussion, a lot of back and forth, so I just wanted to offer some thoughts. I'm not saying I don't support it or recommend that. What I'm saying is perhaps it needs a bit more time. Miigwech.
Yes, okay. I'm going to go Chief Pablo, then I'm going to go to Chief LaRocca, and I think I had a chief over here as well. Go ahead, Chief Pablo.
I would just like to suggest that there be two separate resolutions, like one for, I can't even see the acronym.
Missinaba
right
Cree
now. But
business.
also for a separate one that addresses this, like the, our men and boys, like it should be separate because, they have concerns too, and that we should actually be looking at those and taking care of them also.
So our mover and seconder, the request is to have two separate ones looked at overnight.
I just wanted to say Chimigwech to the citizen who came forward and spoke. And, maybe it's a resolution that says call upon the Chiefs of Ontario to advocate and provide an update on the murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls and boys and men file. Or I forget the acronym, apologies for not getting that right. But I do think we haven't had an update on that in a while, and I think one of the chiefs here in this row sitting with me made the comment, maybe we're just missing the boat because it's too particularized, it's too particular to this one region. It's actually an issue of MMIWG and human trafficking together. They're inextricably linked, and maybe we just need to get a report and an update from Chiefs of Ontario on that for now. And I would agree with deferring the resolution because no one area of the province is unaffected by this issue, and the activity is only concentrated in certain areas because of travel routes toward the airport. And our people are being taken there from all over, and I really, 2SLGBTQ QQIA+. So that's the acronym that I just screwed up, and I wanted to get it right for the record. But, apologies there sincerely. But I do think it is worthy of delaying for further consideration. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Mover and seconder, and then I'll go to our regional chief. Chief Brissett, are you okay with that amendment and that recommendation?
Yeah, I'm okay with the recommendation of delaying this.
Miigwech. Chief?
Was the recommendation to
table it?
Table it? Yeah, I think there's a lot more work that has to happen on this, and consulting with the those that are directly affected by this, I think it would be important. So.
Okay. Regional Chief?
Thank you. I really appreciate all the comments on this too, because just from my own personal experience, family experience, I know that there are a lot of different factors and a lot of different interventions that are required. And I also am aware of, very much aware of the issues here in Thunder Bay, and with the the missing people, with the port system here, also with the in my area in the southeast with the 401 corridor that extends everywhere. And I just learned last week that there's a location in Cobourg right off the 401 in a church parking lot where the exchanges are being done for our human trafficking, and it's not just people being picked up from obscure locations. It's happening at concerts. It's happening in malls. It's happening in Walmart parking lots, at Tim Hortons. Along the highways. It's happening at you know, these en route service centers along the highways in the south and here in Thunder Bay and in other locations across Northern Ontario and the rest of Ontario. It's everywhere and anywhere. And, you know, it's getting worse. So I appreciate the time to put more thought into this on how it should be framed. I do appreciate Chief McLeod coming forward with, you know, the opportunity to support an entity that is willing to put some teeth into this, but also the fact that we can define how we can be involved in that and what the focus would be for the Anishinaabe Nation. And I too want to thank that young person that came to the microphone, and I can't see you from where I am, but I always appreciate when people from grassroots come and take the time to speak to leadership and share your views, and I will always support grassroots doing that. So miigwech, chimiigwech, big thank you to you and a big hug as well. So I appreciate it. Thank you. Bye.
Miigwech. And to the gentleman that came forward, your kindness in terms of sharing what you had shared with us today has been appreciated by all the leadership, and we recognize the courage and dedication it takes to stand up here and to share with us your stories and going forward. So Chimiigwech for that courage, and thank you for bringing that to our attention. The other item I have, I guess, just in terms of the deferral for the table is the two recommendations that I'm hearing are that this be rewritten into two resolutions, and that we also had a recommendation from Chief LaRocca that said maybe we should also be looking at a recommendation to bring a request to the Chiefs of Ontario on their update on the MMI-WG recommendation that was carried forward as well. So that's something else we'll have to look at and talk about as well as we're going forward. So that might be something we'll preface and prepare for that for the Chiefs of Ontario as well. That being said, I'm going to have this one deferred, and we'll when it is ready, we'll bring it back. I'll just let the resolution table know that one will be deferred till the next one. The last one I'm going to talk about is also another very touchy and very significant resolution, and it's the prevention loss of IRS survivor testimony. And the mover is Chief Simpson, and the seconder is Tracy Hendricks. And I know that I wanted to ask Chief Tainer Simpson, would you like to speak to this?
Yes, I would, and I'll try to be brief for the sake of time. So 14 years ago, during the Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement, there was something called the individual, so it was IAP, sorry, individual assessment process. And this was the claims that the survivors would make that was beyond the common experience payment stream, where if you were just in the residential schools and you had just the common experience, you went in that route. But if you experienced abuse at an elevated level, you would go into the IAP process, where you would have to testify, you'd have to put your testimony on paper, and it was the worst of the worst was captured in these testimonies. And the idea was that it would be anonymous to a degree, where the records would be destroyed after 15 years. Now we're coming up to that point, and we have a great deal of records that are slated to be destroyed. These are records that the Supreme Court of Canada has said needs to be destroyed. Now, what is happening is this is a record of genocide that the Crown is going to be able to just destroy. So what we are hoping to do is to perhaps get an extension, perhaps to find ways that we could save these records for to make sure that this doesn't happen again. And the survivors are able to request their information to be saved, but if you've passed on, the families cannot request for that information to be saved. So we're to enter into some sort of information campaign to get that word out. Hopefully also to amend the Supreme Court's decision to allow for family members to request it on behalf of their deceased family member. And we are also hoping for a deadline extension where we lost significant time during the COVID outbreak. We feel maybe just a few more years to get everything sorted, especially in terms of data sovereignty. This is First Nation information, and we feel like that the Crown shouldn't be able to destroy these highly damaging testimony to what happened at these residential schools. So the wording of it isn't to go against the wishes of any survivor that does want their records destroyed. That's completely not what we're trying to do. We're just trying to preserve where these records should be preserved. So that's the long and short of this, but we're just hoping to preserve these records the way that all of the IRS records were originally slated to be destroyed, whereas we were able to save those, and now they're the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation. We're trying to do something similar for that with these IAP as well as the ADR, the Alternative Dispute Resolution testimonials that happened, and there's about 1,000 cases of those that happened before the settlement agreement was first made. That's our position.
Thank you, Chief Simpson. Would the seconder like to speak to this? Chief Hendricks?
Chief Taylor said it all. I support the motion.
Okay, that being said, do I have anyone on the floor that would like to speak to this? Anyone online? I'm just going to check. Okay, no one online. That being said, I'm going to read the therefore be it resolved. One, direct the Anishinaabe Nation to explore all viable avenues to prevent the permanent loss of the critical information contained within the Indian Residential Schools Settlement Agreement, the IRSSA, independent assessment process, and alternative dispute resolution records, while fully respecting the expressed wishes of survivors who have requested the destruction of their records. Two, direct the Anishinaabe Nation to immediately advocate that the Government of Canada obtain an extension to the September 19th, 2027 destruction deadline to allow sufficient time for comprehensive analysis and the exploration of preservation options. Three, Anishinaabe Nation to obtain a legal review to determine the feasibility and validity of requesting an amendment to the Supreme Court decision to allow for families of deceased loved ones to request record preservation. And the direct the Anishinaabe Nation to take necessary steps to develop and implement a renewed, culturally appropriate, survivor-led notice and outreach process to ensure survivors are fully informed of their rights and options regarding the preservation of records. Do I have anyone opposed to this resolution? Do I have anyone abstaining from this resolution? Seeing none, none online as well, this motion is carried. This resolution is carried. Miigwech.
I know we're going over time here. We have 6 more resolutions. Are we willing to stay if our chairs can get through the therefore be it resolved? The 6 that are on deck are pretty straightforward as a result of a presentation today, support resolution for a school board matter. They're fairly straightforward, and I suspect perhaps if there's no question to any of these resolutions, that maybe I will suggest that these last 6 speak for themselves. So by a show of hands, are we willing to stay for 6 more resolutions? Opposed? Seeing none, so come on, Chair, you got work to do.
No one dare say no, I would imagine. Our next resolution is titled Sovereign Wealth Fund Board Representation. Our movers are Chief Nawagabo and Chief Windbents. Do the movers and seconders wish to speak to the resolution? Chief Nawagabo. You have to hold it.
Gwetch.
There you go. There you are.
Jimmy Gwetch, I'm moving to nominate Pat, to reappoint Pat to the board. I've known Pat for many years in these circles. He's always acted professionally, always in the best interest of the communities he represents. I think he's a natural for the type of work that he's doing, and I commend him greatly. Therefore, I move to have him reappointed. Jimmy Gwetch.
So the resolution will change to appoint Pat Madabi to the. Do we want to have, is everyone clear on the differences between, we had a conversation yesterday led by Joe Muskokoman about a sovereign wealth fund. This is not the same thing at all. No. Okay, I just want to make sure it's clear around the table.
Should I restate that, or?
No, that's fine. That's good. Thank you, Chief.
Miigwech.
Chief Windbents, did you wish to speak to the resolution? Where's Chief Windbents? Do we have our mover seconder here? Yep. Yes.
Oh. It's good, yes.
Good. Do we want any other conversation on the Sovereign Wealth Fund board representation? We have to call for another nomination. Right. We have one nomination for Mr. Madabi. Are there any other individuals or nominations for this board? Seeing none? Questions being posed? Let it be acted upon that we, the Anishinaabeg Chiefs and Assembly, appoint Pat Madabi for a one-year period from June 2026 to June 2027 to represent the Anishinaabeg Nation on the Ontario First Nations Sovereign Wealth Fund Board of Directors. Are there any chiefs opposed to this resolution? Checking online. None. Are there any chiefs wishing to abstain from this resolution? Seeing none, this resolution is passed by consensus. Congratulations, Mr. Madabi. Yes.
Mr. Chief, Harvey, I have to abstain, kind of my brother.
Oh. What, did you want to speak against the nomination? Sorry. Can we do it at the end, or they're already under pressure to do resolutions, but go ahead.
Thank you to Chiefs for appointing me again. And I can tell you I'll vigorously advocate for our Anishinaabeg community. I just want to really quickly, I won't be long. Hydro shares are doing really well. I checked yesterday morning, they were at 56.36. Today they're at 55.9, but they've gone as high as 60.46. And so that means things are doing well. I've put the information in your kits. We're also trying to aggressively look for representation on the Hydro One board. So that's all I'll say about that. While I'm up here, I'd like to take the opportunity to give you some good news in terms of the Ontario First Nations Limited Partnership. We've resolved the new lottery scheme issue. And on May 27th, that was reached. So 70,309,021.27 is going to be distributed, hopefully even by the end of this week, to all you partners. And as well, we're probably going to do an official signing during the AFN. Again, last year, very good progress was made on this non-compliance issue. We're back to about 51 that are non-compliant. And I just want to be remiss if I didn't bring this up to your attention. Hornpayne First Nation has started action again, not necessarily directly at us, but against the joint appointee and the province. But it involves that we have to protect your interest. So we're going to ask to intervene in terms of some information that needs to go in there. But you should know that this is costing you partners money. That we're continuing having to respond, to these costs. And since 2017 to May 31st, 2026, it's $3,173,837.93 of costs to your partners. Legal costs and also non-legal costs of the general manager, the executive assistant, plaintiffs' reps, and boards spent dealing with these issues. So it's not a matter that can be dealt with at the upcoming AGA for June 11th. It's a matter that has to go to the Chiefs of Ontario Forum. So I want to bring that to your attention. This is an ongoing, it's almost what you would call a vexatious litigator. It just never ends. So anyway, I just wanted to bring that to your attention. It's important because it's costing you money to continue to put up with this. He hasn't won anything. He's lost every arbitration and legal action that he's taken, but he continues to throw it out there, and it costs money to defend, to make sure that your interests are not hurt. So that's all I want to say.
Congratulations once again, obviously on top of everything. Our next resolution, Canada Strong Fund, First Nations Sovereign Wealth Fund, another sovereign wealth fund. Moved by Chief Traynor Simpson, seconded by Chief Thompson. Does the Chief wish to speak to this resolution? Chief Simpson.
I'm not going to take up too much time about this, but this resolution, it's seeking that clear mandate to advocate for First Nations to be recognized as equal partners within the Canada Strong Fund, including a proposed 50-50 partnership model. Now, this is something that with this $25 billion sovereign wealth fund, we've effectively been left out of it. The idea is that if we have all these major projects being built on treaty land, we need to have that say. We need to have that economic partnership that we've advocated for and that the model is currently out there. So we also hope that we can ensure that the projects identified as being of a national interest are governed independently by First Nations where appropriate. They're structured in alignment with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People and Section 35 of the Constitution Act. And they need to be designed to affirm First Nations equity, participation, ownership, and jurisdictional authority. So we need to bring that Indigenous aspect to this $25 billion fund that would potentially be drawing funding and investment away from any proposed First Nation-led sovereign wealth fund, such as the one that Chief Muskokeman's been speaking to. So that could dry up any type of investment that we would be hoping to get in our sovereign wealth fund. So if we can get these elements within this Canada Strong Fund, then we're going to be achieving a few goals in one. So that's all I have to say. Miigwech.
Thank you, Chief. Does the seconder, Chief Thompson, wish to speak to the resolution?
Chief Gladys Thompson here from Bidjitawabik, Zaging, and Nishnabek, Rocky Bay First Nation. The resolution before Chiefs proposes that First Nations be recognized as equal partners within the Canada Strong Fund framework. Specifically, it calls for exploration of a 50-50 partnership approach between Canada and First nations while establishing investment structures that impact our territories and resources. It also reinforced the projects, I can't see that, deemed to be the national interest must respect First Nations rights, laws, and decision-making authority. Miigwech.
Thank you, Chief. Open the floor for any other conversation on the resolution. Seeing no additional comments, I'll read the, let it be acted upon that we, the Anishinaabeg Chiefs and Assembly, direct the Grand Council Chief to advocate for a minimum 50% First Nations investment allocation within the Canada Strong Fund dedicated to First Nations related projects, and that is governed independently by First Nations, aligns with Section 35 treaty rights and UNDRIP principles, including FPIC, prioritizes projects where First Nations hold equity, ownership, and or jurisdictional authority, and seeds and capitals a First Nations SWF governed by First Nations Sovereign Wealth Fund. 2, direct the Anishinaabe Nation to work in partnership with the Chippewas of the Thames First Nations and other First Nations to establish mechanisms to attract domestic and international capital aligned with First Nations values and ESG frameworks, principles, and position the First Nations Sovereign Wealth Fund as a de-risked, investment-ready platform for long-term infrastructure, energy, and land-based economic development. 3, directing the Anishinaabe Nation to undertake coordinated advocacy, including calling for bilateral engagement with Finance Canada and the Privy Council Office, preparing and submitting a formal policy proposal outlining First Nations Sovereign Wealth Fund structure, governance, and carve-out mechanisms. Ensure that the 2026 Fall First Nations meeting and engagement thereafter reflect the messaging set out in this resolution. Build a coalition of First Nations, Indigenous financial institutions, and national organizations to advance a unified position on First Nations controlled capital vehicles, and implementing a communication strategy emphasizing economic reconciliation, First Nations governance, and partnership, not duplication with federal initiatives. 4, direct the Anishinaabe Nation to ensure that all engagement related to the First Nations Strong Fund is grounded in the recognition of First Nations as right holders, upholds free, prior, and informed consent, and advances First Nations jurisdiction over lands, resources, and economic development. And 5, direct the Anishinaabe Nation to report back to the Chiefs and Assembly at the 2027 Grand Council Assembly on progress related to federal engagement outcomes and securing capital commitments and governance arrangements. Are any chiefs opposed to this resolution? Seeing none, are there any chiefs who wish to register their abstention or abstain? Seeing none, the resolution, Canada Strong Fund, First Nations Sovereign Wealth Fund, is passed by consensus. Thank you. Our next resolution is entitled Opposing Toronto District School Board Cuts to Outdoor Education. Moved by Ogimakwe LaRocca, and I'm looking for a seconder for the motion for the resolution. Chief Hockaday. Thank you. Do the movers and seconders wish to speak to this resolution?
Just briefly, I'd love to just quickly say, even if we just named the resolution opposing cuts to outdoor education. I mean, it does reference the City of Toronto cuts most recently, but it's really across Ontario. And I'd love the support from the chiefs on this piece, because I think it's really just about creating relationship with land and land stewards, not only for our own kids, but for them to create relationships with non-Indigenous kids and peers that they go to school with while doing on-the-land learning, which is extremely important to create land stewards who are going to support us in the boardrooms of tomorrow. So, miigwech, thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I look to Chief Hockaday with, are she okay with amendments?
Miigwech, yeah, just to add on, and we're all aware, outdoor education centers and land-based learning opportunities are vital for our students, providing the connections to our culture, identity, language, and knowledge throughout direct involvement on the land. Maintaining access to these programs supports our students' well-being while strengthening our cultural belonging, as well as advancing the commitments that the government has made to us with regards to truth and reconciliation in education. I fully support the resolution.
So the resolution is changed opposing Ontario District School Board cuts to outdoor education. Thank you. I just want to make sure that our let it be, or I'll open the floor for any other conversations by the chiefs on this resolution. Seeing none, I'll read in the let it be, I'll check online. Just checking online. Let it be acted upon that we, the Anishinaabe Chiefs and Assembly, direct the Anishinaabe Nation to oppose any proposed closures, reductions, privatization, or weakening of Ontario Public School Board outdoor education centers and programs. Call upon the Government of Ontario, the Ontario Ministry of Education, do we want to amend that specific reference here on the Toronto District School Board? On the let it
Just
be
the
act.
title, just the title of it. And I mean, I think in, I think we can, sorry, we can amend it just for Ontario, sorry,
So
pardon me.
it's broader, and so just keep
Yes.
the whereas or the therefore to be resolved as broad as take out the specificity to Toronto.
Yep.
Thank you. Yes, I think we can strike all Ontario district school boards. Could we put that? All Ontario districts?
Absolutely, yes.
So it wouldn't be specific to Toronto, it would be all Ontario district school boards to maintain and strengthen funding and operational support for outdoor education programming and facilities. Call upon all school boards in Ontario to work in partnership with First Nations, Indigenous educators, and community organizations to maintain and expand land-based learning opportunities for students, and direct the Anishinaabe Nation to advocate for long-term provincial investments in outdoor and land-based education programs that support reconciliation, Indigenous knowledge transmission, climate education, and equitable student access. I look to the chiefs if anyone's opposed to this resolution. Any abstentions? Seeing none in the room and online, the resolution is passed. Opposing Ontario District School Board cuts to outdoor education is passed by consensus. Thank you. Our next resolution is entitled Reintroduction of First Nations Drinking Water Legislation. And the mover is Chief Simpson. Our seconder is Chief Jerry Duquette. Do the movers and seconders wish to speak to the resolution? Chief Simpson.
Yes, this is the resolution I was speaking to earlier. I apologize. I thought that that's what I was coming in and speaking about. But I think what I said before, if everyone remembers, it was about ensuring that Bill C-61 stays mostly in its current format for whatever new reintroduction into the legislature that it becomes. We want to ensure that all the hard work and dedication that we put in over the years to getting Bill C-61 to where it was before it fell off of the House floor during prorogement, that the new bill that's going to be introduced for the drinking water, clean drinking water in Canada for First Nations stays almost exactly the same as the original bill. Fairly straightforward request, and everything else I said earlier to miigwech.
Thank you, Chief Simpson. Chef Duquette.
No, nothing to add. We're all going through the same process for north, south, east, west. Community safe drinking water is more important for the livelihood of our communities. So I think we're trying to capture that it's for everyone.
Thank you, Chief. Does any other chief want to speak to the resolution in the room and online? Seeing no one, I'll read the let it be acted upon that we, the Anishinaabe Chiefs and Assembly, demand that Canada introduce the First Nations drinking water legislation in a manner that does not diminish the language contained in the former Bill C-61. Direct the Anishinaabe Nation to continue to advocate, advance, and support the position of the Anishinaabe First Nations and their inherent jurisdiction, inherent rights of the Anishinaabe First Nations to water, including safe, clean, and sustainable drinking water and source water protection. 3, direct the Anishinaabe Nation provide an immediate analysis of the First Nations drinking water legislation to Anishinaabe First Nations. 4, direct the Anishinaabe Nation to seek funding to support the Anishinaabe First Nations to participate in all processes available moving forward. And 5, direct the Anishinaabe Nation to report back to the Chiefs in Assembly in the summer of 2027 and regularly thereafter. I look to the Chiefs if there anyone is against this resolution. Seeing none, are there any abstentions to this resolution? Seeing none, reintroduction of the First Nations drinking water legislation is passed by consensus. Thank you. Two more, and we'll go real slow. No, just kidding. Our next resolution, entitled Office of the Chief Coroner, Opioid Toxicity, Deaths in Anishinaabe Nation, moved by Ogimokway Patsy Corbière, seconded by Proxy Grenier. Does the chief wish to speak to the resolution? And I believe Madame Corbière is online.
Oh, we're doing the police?
No, we're on the Office of the Chief Coroner.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, opioid toxicity.
This is a straightforward resolution too, and the issue is that when they've been in our community too, to give their statistics, and this is really good information for all First Nations, so I wish everybody would support it.
Thank you, Chief. Proxy Grenier. Thank you very much. I'll read into the record the let it be acted upon that we, the Anishinaabe Chiefs in Assembly, direct the Anishinaabe Nation to work with the Office of the OCC to prepare an Anishinaabe Nation report on coroner investigations of opioid toxicity deaths in the Anishinaabe Nations, First Nations. Direct the Anishinaabe Nation to work with the OCC to prepare an Anishinaabe Nation regional report for each Anishinaabe Nation regions. And direct the Anishinaabe Nation work with an Anishinaabe First Nations and the OCC to have individualized reports for each Anishinaabe First Nation for their exclusive use. For greater certainty, the Anishinaabe Nation will not receive individual reports for each community. I look to the Chiefs if anyone's against this resolution. Checking online. Any abstentions? Checking online. None. The resolution Office of the Chief Coroner, opioid toxicity deaths in the Anishinaabe Nation is passed by consensus. Miigwech. Last but not least, we have 20 for tomorrow. Support for class action challenging the inequitable delivery of police services on reserve, moved by Ogimokway, Corbière, and I'm looking for a seconder for this resolution. Our grand seconder, Mr. Grenier. Do the movers and seconders wish to speak to this resolution?
Well, this is a straightforward resolution again. I know the UCCM Tribal Police, the APS and PD3 have had a human rights case, so we know what the government is doing. They're not hearing those cases, so I support Chief King and his stance to move forward with a class action suit that would help all our First Nations, and that's why I think across the country they should be doing this.
Thank you, Chief. Councillor Grenier. Good. Are there any chiefs in the room who? Yes, Chief Kelly. Okay, we'll get there next. Is any chiefs in the room against this resolution? Any online? Any abstentions to this resolution? I see Proxy Kelly or Shelley? Sherry with an I. Sorry, Sherry. Do you wish to have your name recorded? Yes, thank you. Please record Sherry's abstention. The resolution, support for class action, or I guess I should say anyone opposed. Support for the class action challenging the inequitable delivery of police services on reserve is passed. Thank you very much.
Miigwech to everybody for spending a little bit more time. Three points. One is not so good. One is, first one, miigwech to our resolutions team that have quarterbacked a lot of new resolutions today and yesterday, as well as with our staff at the AN who have been actively engaging with a lot of our chiefs and really paying attention to the conversations. Second thing is Chief Odawa would appreciate a photo with all of our leadership together with his council at the back here so that we commemorate this day, and it's important to our host and important to all of us. So I think it's been a while since we've gotten a photo together. And thirdly, Minister Galmasti will be appearing virtually tomorrow. She will make time for questions and answers, and I had her office commit to reaching out directly to nations who ask for that one-on-one space with her. So in the morning when we're all fresh again, the one-on-ones, we'll get that list and send that to our office, and we'll also follow up that they ensure that they do one-on-ones with you. So I guess there's things going on in the house apparently, but at least we have her for about an hour and a half tomorrow. She's going to make her comments quick and allow time for that Q&A, but has also offered the one-on-ones that we're happy to provide the names to her and follow up to make sure that they've actually reached out. Miigwech.
One last announcement. This is our last day in this room. So if you come here tomorrow looking for us, we won't be here. We're going to be in ballroom 1 and 2 in the back over here. So grab all your stuff. We will be moving tomorrow to out the hallway here, just in the back, ballroom 1 and 2. I think it's that way. It's kind of over here, right? That way. With that, we'll go to the drum to close our session. At the end of the song, we will stand adjourned. Miigwech, everyone. We'll see you reconvening tomorrow morning for the sunrise ceremony at 5:30. Miigwech.
Picture back here. Set up resolutions to vote tomorrow morning.
Miigwech, if we can get our Gimwak and Gimwak Quayoke in the back of the room here so we can get a picture, and our regional chiefs, please. And proxies, I heard you. Oh, yeah.